What's up, you apostate heathen assholes? It's the Gaming Memories Podcast, and we're back. You know the shtick. You know the drill. My thing is to invite creative and interesting people on the podcast and ask them about their favorite gaming memories growing up. On this episode of the podcast, I got a motherfucking Kris and a motherfucking Dan coming down in the joint. Kris and Dan are the host duo of, drumroll please, the Stone Age Motherfucking Gamer Podcast, StoneAgeGamer.com. Check it out. They got all your retro console shit covered. You need adapters. You need to go to RFID, to antenna, or to component cable, or to HDMI, or to upscalers, or memory cards, or whatever it is that you need, being an old asshole like myself into retro shit, because we're just these fucking old man video games these days. Kids don't get it. And all this is sex, drugs, and rock and roll. That's actually cool. I wish video games were more sex, drugs, and rock and roll. You should play Brutal Legend. That's some sex, drugs, and rock and roll. Not a lot of sex, but definitely some drugs and rock and roll. I don't know what the fuck I'm saying. The point being, Stone Age Gamer is dope. Kris and Dan are extra dope. It might be a little confusing if you go to StoneAgeGamer.com, click on podcast, it's going to take you to another website called Geekcade.com. I will let you listen to the episode to get the juicy details behind that story, but the Stone Age Gamer Podcast is actually on a different website called Geekcade.com. Geekcade.com is a website that's full of a bunch of geek shit. Whatever you're into, if it's geeky, they got content for you. Kris and Dan also are are hosts of two other podcasts that are on Geekcade.com that are really dope. Kris is involved with the Waveback. Is it either Wayback or Waveback? Pretty sure it's Waveback because wave, like a music wave file. Yeah, it's Waveback. Waveback is a video game music themed podcast where him and his other guests and hosts essentially talk about video game soundtracks, theme songs, sound designs, etc. In fact, I've been playing Control. It came out on Steam like 2 days ago, the Ultimate Edition. I played it on PS4. It's awesome. I love the world. I love the lore. One of the coolest lore and world building video games ever. I love the game. I'm actually wearing a Control t-shirt right now because I'm a motherfucking G. Anyway, I'm playing it on my nice studio setup with my nice monitors, my whole recording setup, and the sound design and the music is fucking top notch. That game got a lot of buzz, got Game of the Year, I think 2 years ago, but no one talked about the goddamn soundtrack. People don't care about soundtracks. Well, if you aren't a heathen, and if you are an actual man of culture, a woman of culture, you don't take things for granted, and you understand how important fucking music is, and sound design in video games, then the Waveback Podcast is right up your alley. Now, Dan is also the host of another podcast that I'm going to talk some major shit right now. It is one of the greatest fucking ideas I've ever heard for a podcast ever. And he says in this episode of the podcast, you'll hear him talk about how he stopped this idea. He gave up on this idea like a bitch. And the only reason I'm pissed is because I love the idea so much and makes my heart hurt that he stops. And what makes me even more angry is I'm trying to find the motherfucking name of the podcast and trying to find a link on the goddamn Geekcade motherfucking website, and I can't find it. They must have taken it down or it's like buried. It's not on the main menu anymore. Here's the thing. The idea for the podcast is gold, and every one of you listening should. I'm going to put the social and all the contact shit and promotional shit in the podcast description. Find Dan on Instagram or Twitter or whatever and freaking flood his DMs with the biggest, juiciest, most rancid dick pics you can ever do to try to motivate him to doing this podcast again. You ready for this idea? He did a podcast that pairs beers with video games. You know those assholes that are like, oh, I can taste the orange peels and the rolling hills of Florence, Italy, in the grain and the aged hickory barrel on this wine. And on top of that it pairs very nice with this Eastern European Munster cheese. The two together are like a cacophony symphony of beauty on my motherfucking taste buds. Yeah, you know those people? Well, they're not full of shit. I actually do think that they can taste all that shit. They go deep. But I'm not into Munster cheese, and I'm not into wine. But you know what I'm into? Fucking beer and video games. And he had a podcast that pairs beer with video games, and now I can't find it on the website. So DM him, send your Juicy Johnson dick pics, and tell him to fix that shit because it's awesome. And basically, Kris and Dan are super badasses. I had an absolute blast on the podcast talking with them. They know their shit. They're both super OGs. They've both written a bunch of shit for different video game websites. They've both been on a bunch of different video game podcasts. They've played a lot of games. We talked a lot about early childhood, which was the Atari 2600 and the ColecoVision or ColecoVision, depending on how you want to pronounce it. Great time with them. I will put all the applicable podcast links in the description to their individual social profiles and their individual podcasts. StoneAgeGamer.com, Stone Age Gamer Podcast, Geekcade.com, the Waveback Podcast, and the unnamed, unfindable genius Elon Musk of a podcast, Beers and Video Games. I will update the podcast description with that link once I find out what it is. I just can't find it handy. I don't want to re-record all this shit because I'm lazy. So I don't want to redo this stupid goddamn intro. I love all of you. Remember to worship the gaming gods, spread the good news of the gaming gospel. Stone Age Gamer, Kris and Dan, I say these things in the name of me, the Father, Kojima the Son, and Carmack, the Holy Ghost. Amen. All right, so Danny, I know you from the Retro Game Mafia group. Seen some of your posts, and then I know a little bit about you. I checked out Geekcade. I'm assuming you guys are both involved with that site.
Yes, I am one of the co-founders. Me and two friends co-founded the website, and I almost immediately said I want to do a podcast with Dan because Dan and I worked together on an ancient website called the Geek Writers that we worked on for a while.
I love
we
that
just
name.
wrote about stuff.
Right? Isn't that a good name?
It too.
Fuck,
it was
man.
a good name.
Yeah.
It's just it started as a Tumblr thing, and like I can't speak for Kris on it, but like I got way too distracted by porn on Tumblr. It was like, fuck, I can't I can't focus on writing.
I know that's a thing. Like I know Tumblr porn is a thing. I've never gone down the porn rabbit hole there, but I have heard people talk about it.
It used to, well, and it's not there anymore. So like we could reboot the Geek Writers and be totally focused because they took away all the not safe for work content. But
sweet. So you guys originally started with Geek Raiders, which it's awesome. One, the Raiders, the team, if people who are fans, and there's also a really cool music duo. I nerd about a music duo called the Bag Raiders, and they're awesome. So Geek Raiders.
See, Geek Raiders is way better. We were Geek Writers, but no, I like your idea.
Oh, I
better.
heard it wrong. Geek Writers.
either way, it's all good.
Is it still up? I can't find it. Geek Writers.
No, it's
it's
been down for years and years. Like once the Geekade thing, like once Kris and a couple other people started that, they were like, do you want to do this podcast and whatever? It's like, yeah, sure. Like, I'll totally jump in. And then I was like, can I write about like wrestling and beer and kung fu and like all this other ridiculous, silly shit for Geekade? And they were like, yeah, absolutely. So I was, all right, cool. I'm not going to pay for the Geek Writers anymore. I'll just let you guys pay for shit and I'll write.
Awesome.
That is pretty much how it went. Dan wrote about wrestling every week for a couple of years.
Yeah, it was
amazing. I wrote about video game stuff all the time. I did a short-lived YouTube series where I like pulled out weird random stuff in my collection and nerded out about it for a little while, and did this podcast, and things kind of expanded from there. Yeah, I'll say things expanded from there, and then we can continue to detail that as time goes, because we're in very different places now.
Yeah, so just to give people, the site is Geekcade, which my name is Cade, by the way, so I also like that name.
Nice.
I always thought it would be cool to spell arcade with a K, because my name is Cade with a K, and I always like had this weird mystical thought that like I must be destined to love video games because my name is like arcade, Cade. Just grasping for straws to justify gaming all the time. You guys, I was trying to figure out what podcast you guys do, but on your website, geekcade.com, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 podcasts. Can you give people a breakdown what those are about? Which ones you're involved with?
All right, I'll field this one. The ones that Dan and I do, Dan and I together do the Stone Age Gamer podcast, which is funny because so we started at Geekade, and Dean, one of my partners that started the site, said, I want to do a video game podcast, and I want you to be on it, and we're going to call it Stone Age Gamer. I'm like, that's a neat name. Sounds vaguely familiar. I'm sure he did his due diligence, and it's just a thing. So we record for a little while, and 13 episodes in, I can't get this out of my head. Like, I feel like I've heard Stone Age Gamer before, so I decide I'm just going to do a Google search myself. And lo and behold, there is a rather large and popular website called StoneAgeGamer.com, which we have now stolen their name. So I reached out to them and said, hi, we are a tiny website. We are 13 episodes into a podcast and we accidentally stole your name, not realizing you existed. And we had a really funny back and forth, and they listened to the show and said, heck with it. You should be our official podcast. So we are the official podcast of StoneAgeGamer.com.
Wow.
I now work for this site. I don't really write for Geekade anymore because Geekade was our thing, and we've made exactly $0 doing any of that stuff. But Stone Age Gamer pays me to write their blog for them. So I write for Stone Age Gamer every week. I run their social media accounts. I handle some marketing stuff. And it all comes from the mistaken accidentally stealing their name for a podcast, which it's been pretty great for us. Dan, we have an editor for our show. His name is Evan. He's the third person who started Geekade. It was me, Dean, and Evan started Geekade. Now, Evan and Dan have a comic book podcast called Paper Cuts, and that just started back up again, and it is extremely funny because Dan is definitely the funnier of the two of us.
That's definitely true. Definitely.
And better looking. Not that you can see it, but it's 100% true. And let's see. I also host the Waveback podcast, which is a podcast that I host with my friend Matt. And it's about video game music because I am a complete nerd for video game music, and we just listen to songs and discuss them and do it soundtrack at a time. We just did Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. We're going to do Conker's Bad Fur Day next.
What's that one called again? I'm really interested in that.
That's called Waveback.
Oh, Waveback. I see it on here. Yes. Okay.
Yeah. That's been like besides this podcast, it's kind of been my primary love podcast that I do. I love doing that show so much.
Have you done Chrono Trigger yet?
We did a 2-part Chrono Trigger just a couple of months ago.
Sweet.
2 parts on Chrono Trigger.
That might be my favorite soundtrack of all time. I'm going to listen to that one. For sure.
It's pretty high up on my list. It might be my favorite soundtrack of all time, too.
It's really good.
I adore that game. My 3-year-old daughter is recently taken to requiring music to go to sleep. So I made a mix of a bunch of stuff from Video Game Music Box. Have you ever heard of them?
No, what's that?
They've taken video game songs and just turned them into music box sounds.
My wallet.
And it sounds like lullabies.
Yeah.
So I put all of Chrono Trigger on that. She's 3. She wouldn't really get Chrono Trigger, but she knows the music now from listening to it in her sleep. So,
slowly raising the next generation.
That's the plan.
That's awesome.
The other podcast I'm involved in, we'll swing back to video game music. I just want to get this before I forget it. Me and Evan and my wife Karen and Evan's fiance Angie, we all do a TV show podcast that used to be weekly and now it's monthly because of scheduling stuff, but it's called This Week's Episode, where we talk about all kinds of TV shows. Usually I'm talking about cartoons because I'm a child. But we're going to talk about the Wonder Years in our next episode, which we're recording on Tuesday, which is really fun to go back to. But yes, that's that. And I think that's all the podcasts we're involved in.
Yeah. Now the other stuff that's on the site doesn't directly involve any of us. And yeah, like I would be lying if I told you I listened to them because I don't. So
okay,
I know but we've had a couple different, like over the years, we've had a bunch of different stuff like come through the site. I know the paper cuts that Evan and I are doing is going to be comic books. It's going to be once a month, kind of set up in the same structure, the way that we do the Stone Age Gamer podcast, because we used to have a paper cuts podcast that had like, anyway, some weeks it was 3 people, some weeks it was like 5 people, and we tried to talk about way too fucking much stuff in there, and we just all got super burnt out on it. So we stopped that for a while, bringing that back. We try to get the whole point of the site was really to kind of give everybody a voice in whatever it was that you wanted to fucking geek out about. You know, like I did a whole series of posts before I went back to school to get a master's in adolescent developmental psychology, which kind of killed all of my writing for fun because it's a lot of writing for school. But before doing that, like I would take, you know, I did this whole series that I was really like proud of and really excited about, the Bits and Brews series, and pairing like craft beer with video games and trying to come up with a through line as to why something like Bourbon County Stout was perfectly paired with Mega Man 2. Like, all right, I got that idea in my head. Right? Like, so now what's my fucking through line to get these things together, you know, but once you go back to school and it's like, all right, I have to do actual, you know, research and all that stuff, all that kind of falls to the side.
Yeah, that's to kind of put into perspective what he's talking about. So when we were coming up with the idea for the site was like, I don't drink. And it's just I have a ridiculous palate and I don't enjoy alcohol, which is very unfortunate for me, but great for my wallet. And my wife always has a designated driver. But I could listen to Dan and my other friend, who went by the name Hunter on here. He's a teacher, so he used a pseudonym. I could listen to them talk about beer all day long, and I didn't get what they were saying, but they loved it so much that that love came through.
The genuine passion was like enjoyable, even though you weren't familiar with the subject matter.
Exactly, and there was a lot of that in just different directions, like people I knew who loved cosplay, or there was a girl who was just really into home automation. Like, it was nuts. But listening to her talk about it was like, this is fascinating. So I wanted to create a site that was kind of an all-encompassing, well, what's your geek? What is it what is the thing that you love so much that you can geek out about? And we got into sports for a little while there. And it was a lot to do. I was editor-in-chief for about 5 years, and I loved doing it, but it's a lot of work because you got to wrangle like Alex Azar. He's a published author. He's got a couple of books out there, and he would write about horror movies every week, which was outstanding. I'm not a horror movie fan, but I loved listening to his work because he was really into it. So he'd write these articles, and I'd edit them and add pictures and get them posted. I got a great guy, Jonathan Fugger. He and his girlfriend did the Mutant Musings podcast, which is all about X-Men. And they actually got a huge following through our website. They recently ended the show, but they'd come back for like specials here and there. But he also started writing about anime, the Anime Annex, and he also did a whole thing where he did Welcome to the D-List, where he talked about his favorite D-list superheroes, mostly Marvel stuff, but like Arrow and Red Guardian and Shinobi Shaw, Annalee, like all these D-list characters, and he would just write about why these characters are fantastic and it's totally okay to love them. And so that was the whole point of the site. And so we had people that did the You Shall Not Pass Go podcast, which was a monthly show about tabletop gaming and stuff like that. And the Sparkcast is currently running still. That's a Transformers podcast. So that was the whole idea of it. Now, I'm not in charge of the site anymore. We obviously still do Stone Age Gamer through the website and Waveback through the site, but I'm a lot less involved in the day-to-day because I just couldn't handle being editor-in-chief on top of all of my other work, because in addition to writing and doing all that stuff for Stone Age Gamer, I had a full-time 40-hour-a-week job, and I'm a staff writer for Nintendo Force magazine, which is a physical magazine that gets mailed out everywhere. If you liked Nintendo Power, you would like Nintendo Force, because we picked up right where that magazine left off. So I had to kind of give up on doing that. And so I'm a little bit less involved in, like, I know we got a new podcast recently called the Weekend Rental Podcast. I haven't listened to it yet, but I hear it's pretty funny. I've listened to a couple episodes of Sparkcast. Evan rebooted an old a podcast that was about art, just called Artist Avenue, where he interviews various artists.
And he had like a bunch of big names on there too.
Yeah, a handful of them. It didn't run very long, but now it's back.
I think the thing that we're really good at coming up with ideas and be like, this would be a fucking dope show. And then we do it for like 3 weeks, and then we're like, nah, never mind. We're good. We don't need to do this anymore.
Dean does a regular streaming thing. He calls himself the Vest Lord because he likes wearing vests, and that's on Twitch, and he's on there every day streaming all manners of stuff, and he's got a big old audience, so... that's kind of where we are in that.
Okay, so
most of my focus goes to Stone Age Gamer and Nintendo Force, though.
Strange Gamer on Nintendo Force?
Stone Age Gamer is where I get put most of my attention, and then Nintendo Force magazine is where
I have that up. I have a couple questions. So let me make sure to recap for the listeners. The main things that you are involved in right now is both of you do the Stone Age Gamer podcast, which is the official podcast for the website Stone Age Gamer, but it's on geekcade.com because of this weird situation and how it started.
Yeah, pretty much. We host it, but we are their official podcast. Yeah.
Okay, but like I'm on their website. There's like no way to get to your. Oh, there it is, podcast.
Yep.
And it just goes to Geekcade. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Perfect. Yeah. All right, so if you're confused, that's why it is. Basically, Stone Age Gamer podcast. These two, that's the guest. But also, you're involved with Nintendo. I did not know there was still a physical, like a replacement for Nintendo Power that was going out. This is pretty cool.
Yeah, there's a bunch of people who worked on Destructoid and IGN. Basically, after that ended, like Lucas Thomas, who worked for IGN at the time, he was just like, well, no, fine. If you're not going to make this magazine, then we will. And there's a lot of big names that are people that I've been following for ages, like reading their work from just like Jonathan Holmes from Destructoid, and they put together this magazine every month. It comes with free posters, just like the Nintendo Power did, except they're not like glued into the magazine. They just come separately, so you don't have to rip the magazine apart to hang them up. But like the last issue we just did was the Paper Mario was the cover story, and it came with a papercraft origami Peach that you could build, which was so awesome.
Oh, I'm looking at it right. Yeah, that is
the Princess Peach from the game. It's a great magazine, and I was a fan before they let me write for him. That was a fun story. I was So after Nintendo Power went under, I had always dreamed about writing for Nintendo Power. It was like my thing. I always wanted to do with my life. I really wanted to write for Nintendo Power. And then, it was never going to happen because I was never going to move to Washington or wherever the magazine was being published. And then that ended, and this first magazine popped up called Pure Nintendo. And I was like, oh, well, they're going to do a physical magazine. Let's try this out. So I got a bunch of issues, and I enjoyed them, but they weren't as, and I mean no disrespect. I really don't, because I did enjoy the magazine, but it wasn't as thoroughly thought out as a lunatic like me wants, like, and I'm on this little mini vacation with my wife. This was years ago. And I'm reading this article that they posted about all the many jobs of Nintendo. And they had pointed out that the first time Mario had played tennis was in Mario Tennis for N64. And I walked out of the bathroom, because that's where I was reading it. I walk out of the bathroom, and I turn to my wife, who could not give a single shit about Mario's career. And I'm like, look, here I am reading this article in this magazine, this physical print magazine that's effectively the replacement for Nintendo Power. And it was really only for a couple of months before Nintendo Force, not even a couple of months. It was Pure Nintendo jumped in, and then like a month later, Nintendo Force showed up. And that magazine is like spot on, because there's all these professional people who have been doing this for ages. So I'm bitching about this article in Nintendo Force. Like, they say that Mario Tennis for N64, they're glossing over Mario's Tennis for Virtual Boy, which is the first game that he played tennis. But even before that, he was an umpire in tennis for Game Boy and NES. And I'm like ranting and raving like a lunatic. And Karen, my wife, just looks at me like, then why don't you do it? Why don't you write for that magazine? And I was like, fine, that's a great idea. So
fuck, I will.
We get back. Like, fine, I'll do it. So we get back from our little vacation. I sit down at my computer to start writing an article to submit to Pure Nintendo and be like, look, you guys have got a really good direction going on, and I think that you could use me on your team. So I start coming up with all this stuff, and then as I'm typing it, the new issue of Nintendo Force came in the mail. Again, this was a bunch of years ago, and it shows up in the mail. And towards the end of the magazine, I start flipping through it because I immediately get distracted from what I'm trying to write. And towards the end, they had this interview with somebody who used to write for Nintendo Power, and the whole interview was about how do you break into this industry? How do you get into writing for big sites and magazines and stuff? And at the end of it, they said, so we'd be hypocritical if we gave you all this information about how to break in and then didn't say you could at least attempt to write for us. We've got a full staff, but if we really like your pitch enough, then we'll talk to you. So I immediately stopped writing the thing for Pure Nintendo and said, nah, I'm shooting for the stars. I'm going for Nintendo Force. So I wrote my whole thing. My whole piece was I wanted to write a recurring segment called Peripheral Vision, where I talk about games that could only be played with their original peripherals, like World Class Trackman and the Power Pad, or Donkey Kong Jungle Beat and the bongos, you know? So I pitched this thing to Nintendo Force, and then I didn't hear anything for like a year. And then out of nowhere, Lucas Thomas, the editor-in-chief, emails me and says, hey, I bet you never thought you'd hear from us. I love your idea. Let's try it out. And so I worked as a freelance writer for them a while, and then just I don't know, like 5 or 6 months ago, they made me a staff writer, and it's been pretty awesome ever since.
Dang, what's your favorite piece for those who are interested on Nintendo Force that you can reference some to?
My favorite piece that I've written for them?
Yes.
Personally, my favorite piece is I wrote my first review for them. I had never reviewed a game before, and it was like a complete mind-blowing experience. Like, okay, you're going to review Rad, which is the game from Double Fine. It's kind of like almost like a Diablo-esque situation, randomly generated, run around, beat stuff up with mutant powers and stuff. And I thought that was really cool to do that. But probably my favorite piece that I did was I'm trying to remember what issue it was in, but I got to write about a whole bunch of Nintendo's, like just a whole slew of peripherals. Now I can't even remember what the whole through line was, but I got to write about like Rob the Robot and their 3D glasses technology that they came up with for the Famicom. Just a whole mess of stuff, and I got to write like several pages worth of content. And I gotta look back and figure out what issue that was in. But that was my favorite thing that I ever wrote on there. But I mean, my favorite stuff in that magazine is stuff that I didn't do. Like there's comics every month, like the old Nintendo Powers. Just really cool interviews. It's a really good magazine, and I don't say that just because I work for them. Like I was a huge fan before they let me write for them, because it really does pick up where Nintendo Power left off, which was the game started. The magazine started as like pure propaganda for Nintendo, but by the time it ended, it really kind of found its own voice of being like this kind of magazine of record. Like, this is what's happening in the world of Nintendo, and this is why it's happening, and these are the games that we're kind of hyping up, and these are the games that, like, the reviews were a lot more honest. They weren't like, everything is the greatest game ever, play Nintendo. You know, they kind of evolved and started doing interviews with creators and stuff. It was really, really quite interesting, and that's really where Nintendo Force wanted to pick off from. And I think they've done a wonderfully successful job.
Sweet. And then when it comes to the Stone Age Gamer podcast, give us a rundown on like the format. It looks like you guys focus on a specific game each episode. And then what would be your, for those listening that are interested, what would be the best episode for someone to come in and check out for the first time?
All right, Dan, I'm going to look up that trivia episode with Dean, and then you explain what the podcast is about. Okay?
Yeah. So the podcast itself is every week, every Friday it comes out. We've done what is it, 314, 315 or something like that. And
we're going to be recording 318.
318. See, that's how long we've been doing this, man. Like, it's just. And so basically, the format of the show is that the first half of the show is usually just Chris and I bullshitting about the world, about life, about our families. There recently, because we're both homeowners, I am the more recent of the two of us with home ownership. So there's been a lot of like lawn maintenance talk in the first half of the show.
So this is the ultimate dad cast.
Yeah, it really is. Like there's a lot of discussion about edgers and the proper trimmers and a bunch of that kind of shit. But
I bought a new weed whacker today.
Do you officially?
I bought a new weed. Well, I was on vacation. We went to go like buy a bunch of stuff, and I was like, I need a new weed whacker, and I went into the aisle, and they had one on clearance for $25.
There you go.
If it lasts me like a year, I still come out ahead.
100% did. So, and it usually, I mean, it devolves into just a cavalcade of fucking nonsense, because we are both Jersey boys through and through. And for anybody who's listening to this that is not from New Jersey, if there is one thing that Jersey boys could do, it is we could bullshit about anything forever. And that is usually what the first half of the podcast ends up being. And we'll talk about like some gaming news, like we'll touch on that if there's big things. You know, last week we talked about the big Giga leak that came out from Nintendo, or we'll talk about the games that we've been playing and what we're loving about them or hating or finding challenging about it. And then the second half of the show usually involves some sort of feature topic, right? So we've done anything from, you know, focusing on an entire retrospective of every Mario game. And when we say every Mario game, like you just heard Chris go off about how fucking angry he was about the Mario job seg. Like that shit ruined his vacation. That's how much he fucking loves this. So like when we talk about Mario, every appearance that Mario made, that we covered that, and we'll go and talk about all of them. Or we just did for a couple weeks, we did like a bracket style tournament of getting rid of adventure games that I had to come up with, and it was super questionable about like what your definition of an adventure game is. We're doing currently right now, the big push that we do every summer is something that we came up with a few years ago called the Summer Series, where we have our listeners and readers on the Stone Age Gamer. We have a Discord channel as well. We put up a bunch of games that are either like cult favorite games or games that we know we should have beat when we were kids, right? Or games we should have played when we were kids. And we have the fans vote on it. And then Chris and I will talk about, you know, what we liked about that game. And most of the time it does end up being like, oh my God, this was such a cool game. I really liked it. Everybody should play this. Every now and again, we get voted to play something like Pac-Man 2, The New Adventures, which was a recent episode. And if you want to hear two dudes just fucking trash that game for like 45 minutes, that's an episode to check out. That game's fucking awful, and our listeners made us play it. So we 318 episodes in, we kind of run out of things to talk about every now and again. So we do have those recurring segments. We also have one thing that we do consistently once a month. We hit on the, what we call the 10, 20, 30, 40, which is we'll talk about the games that came out 10, 20, 30, and 40 years ago now, because we're fucking old and we're, you know, talking about old Atari games that came out. But we'll go and try and hit the big releases for all the major systems about them. And most of the time, between me and Chris, we have at least some amount of experience with one of the two games. There's not a lot of times on the show where it ends up like, so this is a game that came out. Yes, it is. Moving on, right? Like usually we have something to talk about, and then, you know, and again, it'll devolve into some nonsense after that. But that is at least the one recurring segment that we have. Now,
another thing that we semi-regularly do is trivia episodes. I would love to do them more, but there's so much work that it's kind of hard to pull off doing them all that often. But when you asked for an episode to point to, like, if you've never listened to our show before, I would recommend, I was originally going to recommend this other old one, but I think more recently, when the show started off super different. Like we had like 4 hosts at one point at several different points. It's almost always been me and Dan. It started with me and Dean, and then I think Dan showed up in episode 2.
Yeah.
Then we kind of kept going from there, but it eventually came down to just me and Dan because that was the chemistry that worked. And one of our older episodes has a really funny joke in it, but honestly, I think Stone Age Gamer episode 298 from March of this year, actually, Wow, that was really March of this year.
Yeah.
It feels like so long ago.
It feels like a fucking lifetime
Jesus.
ago.
It does. This was a trivia episode. We were doing a trivia tournament of champions leading up to our 300th episode. And this was a fantastic episode where we pitted, me and Dan host the trivia. Usually Dan competes and I host, but me and Dan were both hosting, and the trivia was against Ferg from the Atari 2600 Game by Game podcast, just one of the most delightful human beings on the planet. Banjo Guy Ollie, who does these amazing banjo covers of video game music on YouTube. And if you've never seen his stuff, just go listen to it. He's
sounds dope as shit. What's it called?
Banjo Guy Ollie.
Banjo Guy Ollie.
He's amazing.
He really is.
And
he is an absolutely lovely human being as well.
He really is.
Yeah.
He wrote the theme song to our show that we debuted on episode 300. He wrote our new theme song.
And we didn't have to pay him shit. He just did it because we asked him nicely.
Because he's awesome. And those two were pitted up against Adam Shub, a.k.a. Square Painter, who's been doing paintings of pixel art for, I don't know, like 75 years now.
Something like that. And he's
younger than us.
Yeah,
but,
and he's at most of like the major conventions out on the East Coast. And I think Adam gets out to some of the ones that are a little further away from us.
Mm-hmm, he does. He does more shows than we do. But they're actually, Adam is coming back we're doing for Long Island Retro. They do this great game convention, which obviously isn't happening this year. So instead they're doing an online version, and we're hosting a small trivia episode with Adam, my co-host Matt from Waveback, and Dan. It'll be a shorter one because we only have an hour, but that's going to be fun. But yeah, episode 298, that's a really good one that I would recommend listening to, mostly because it involves a lot of people other than us.
Yeah.
Sweet. I mean, there's a lot I want to ask. So I'm checking out some more of the Stone Age Gamer website and the Geekade, but I will let listeners just, if they're not tantalized yet, there's dudes playing banjos. There's people talking about which alcohol pairs with your favorite retro game. If that doesn't interest you, then you have no soul. Check it out. Go check out Geekade, Stone Age Gamer. There's a lot. I've been browsing through. Looks like you, Stone Age Gamer, you sell like retro accessories for consoles.
Probably the biggest thing that we carry are flash carts. That's what we do the most business with. The EverDrive brand we do a lot with. We also teamed up with Terra Onion a bunch. And flash carts are basically like a cartridge that you plug into your original system. So say you have a Nintendo Entertainment System, you have an NES, you get the EverDrive N8, and you plug in your SD card that's filled with your legally obtained ROMs. And
of course,
you put
there's no other way to get them but legally.
100% legally.
100% legal. And we even sell the stuff on the website. If you want to extract your own ROMs from your cartridges, you can do that. We have the things that make that happen. But you plug the SD card in the flash card, you put the flash card in your NES, there's a menu of all your games, and then your NES plays them as if the cartridge was there. So there's no emulation involved. You're not running an emulator. There's no glitching or anything like that because the system thinks it's actually using the original cartridge. So,
but it's all in one cartridge, basically.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's all in one card. So we have those for Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis. There's actually a really fun bit of competition happening right now in the Genesis department because last year Terra Onion came out with the Mega SD, which included the ability to play Sega CD games without a Sega CD unit. So you plug this thing into your Genesis and you can play all Genesis and Sega CD games, which is kind of amazing, and you don't need a Sega CD unit. But the Crixie, who does the EverDrives, he upgraded the Mega EverDrive to the Mega EverDrive Pro, which also includes Sega CD playback. And now there's kind of like this little rivalry between the two of them. Well, which one's better? Because they both do a lot of similar things. The EverDrive is less expensive. The the Mega SD is a little bit flashier. It's really interesting. They're both excellent products. But we have stuff from Terra Onion for like a Neo Geo flash cart, which is crazy because if you're a Neo Geo collector, Neo Geo games are freaking expensive.
Yes.
So having a flash card that works for your Neo Geo is awesome. We just started carrying from Retro HQ the game drive for the Neo Geo Pocket Color. We're gonna get more from them. He also does a Lynx flash cart and a Jaguar flash cart, which we're going to start carrying in the not too distant future. But outside of that, yeah, we do a lot of retro gaming accessories like controllers and adapters and all other sorts of stuff.
I'm a little confused. Did the Sega CD originally only essentially just make the Genesis able to read a CD and that was it? There was no like
it's its own system, right? It's got its own processor and everything. So it's like an extra souped up Genesis.
So how would the Genesis be able to a regular Genesis be able to play a Sega CD game even if it's on the cartridge?
So I'm not super technical with it, but I'll explain it to the best of my ability. Basically, they have a core inside of that Mega SD that effectively emulates the Sega CD system itself inside the cartridge. So it's kind of basically tricking the Genesis into thinking there's a Sega CD attached to it, I think.
Okay.
And so then it just runs the games as if the CD and the CD drive were both there.
But they have to have this because the Sega CD. That's my question. The Sega CD games use the different core. They had their own system. So that
exactly
that
the Sega CD
would
had its own.
Yeah, would have to have it in
guts,
there.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
Now it doesn't work for 32X. Like you can do 32X, but you actually have to have a 32X plugged in, and that's for both of those platforms. Because apparently, the way the 32X worked was surprise, complete insanity. So, because the 32X was complete insanity. So, and there's also such a tiny library. Putting in the work to make it so that you could play like the 3 good 32X games is like that's pretty tough.
I had a 32X. I was one of the rare people. I got it, and I remember my mom got sold on it because the guy told her this makes original Genesis games better. It like makes them faster, gives them better graphics and stuff. And even then, I was like, Mom, I don't think that's how it works. That's what the sales guy said.
Mom, I think
that's what the sales guy said.
Yeah.
I'm like, thanks. And the only game I had that I liked was the Star Wars. It was like a Star Wars spaceship.
Star Wars
game.
Arcade.
Yeah.
Yes, that game's great. That's one of the few good 32X games. Like
it was good.
That game's legit good. It had a great port of Afterburner on that system.
Yes, that had and there was another one that's not like Afterburner. Similar, you play as a guy like with the jetpack and the bazooka, Space Harrier.
Yeah,
Space Harrier.
Yeah.
Yep.
There was a Space Harrier on 32X that was dope too. Yeah, the Sega. I got turned on to a podcast called Retronauts. I guess they're famous. I'm sure you've heard of them.
Yep.
Yeah,
they did an episode on the PlayStation, series on the PlayStation 1 and the Nintendo Fallout. But as a part of that, they also talked about the Sega Saturn. So that's the only Sega console that I know a lot. Like I know more about what went into it, and that was also insanity. So when you tell me the 32X is insanity, it seems like they have a track record of yeah.
At that point in Sega's career, they were just nuts, right? I mean,
they were just doing whatever the fuck they wanted with no regard to whether or not it made sense. Like it all, it's just
the details
ridiculous.
of how the 32X even came about. There was a lot of, and again, I'm basing this on information I read a long time ago, and if I'm factually incorrect, please don't hold it against me. But from what I come to understand, even the 32X system itself, I don't think Sega of America even wanted to release it because they were effectively competing with themselves because they wanted to put all their chips on the Saturn, and the Saturn when it was being developed was all like, well, yeah, the Saturn is going to be like the best 2D game machine ever, and then the Sega of America is all like, but don't people want to play 3D games now with their fancy CD-based systems? Like, well, I guess we could push some polygons with it. But,
I guess we can try and then fucking not.
And I adore the Saturn. I really do. I love the Saturn.
I didn't have one growing up. I had a PS1. I remember thinking the Saturn was cool. That Retronauts episode talks about Sega of America. Sega, like the friction between Sega of America and Sega of Japan and the 32X. And they talk about that whole thing. And I guess the way they explained it, I might be butchering this technically as well, but the Saturn uses, at like a fundamental level, instead of rendering triangles, like most, and even modern, like it all comes down to a triangle, I guess, a polygon. The Saturn used like vertex, like points in a field, and it wasn't really made for 3D, and they were just kind of like trying to jimmy rig it to do 3D because it was designed for 2D. Yeah, it's interesting. I love the Saturn actually is for me recently. I never had one growing up, and it's been a pain in the ass to get to work with emulators. The emulation scene in Saturn is like okay, but
it's tough because the system's insane.
Yes, but I've gotten to play like a handful of games, and they're pretty stable. And man, I missed out. Like the system. I think the system looks cool too. Like the design still looks cool to me.
It's a great looking platform.
Yeah.
Well, if you do wind up getting your hands on a physical platform, one of the products that we're going to be carrying really soon is made by Terra Onion. It's called Mode, and it works for both Saturn and Dreamcast, and it's effectively a flash cart for your Dreamcast. You take out the disk drive and replace it with this little doodad that you can plug an SD card into. And then it'll basically think that that's its disk drive, and you can just load the games right off of Mode. And it works like a flash cart for your Sega Saturn or Dreamcast. And I cannot wait to get my hands on one of them, but we haven't gotten them from Terra Onion yet because, COVID and shipping, and there's just been so many issues with that stuff. But it's coming in the next couple of months, hopefully. And there's some of them out there that Terra Onion was selling directly from their site as well. So people have their hands on them. They've installed them super easy, and they think it's great. And I can't wait to use it myself. But because that's a great way to play Saturn stuff, especially since collecting for that system is insane. Because most of those games haven't been re-released on any other format. Like you said, emulating them is a crapshoot because it's really tough to emulate that system properly. So having something like Mode out there is a really great way of preserving that stuff, because also the discs are starting to rot, They're not going to physically last a whole lot longer.
I didn't even know about disc rot until like a month ago. I'm ashamed to admit, but it blew my mind. I'm like, wait, discs eventually just rot? Apparently.
Yeah. They just kind of fall apart.
What's going to happen to all these disc games aren't going to live. Like only cartridges are going to survive.
Yeah.
You're 100% right. My copy of Panzer Dragoon Saga is super awesome, and the discs will always look cool, but it's not going to work forever, and that's a bummer.
It's one of the things like that we, when we go off on our tangents on the show, and it's, it's relatively important to the gaming community as a whole, is when you get into that gray area of like emulation and piracy and whatnot, and all of those things. It's like, look, there's a certain segment of games, a very large segment at this point in time, that if they're not emulated, if they're not ripped and preserved somewhere, you're not going to be able to play. They're gone.
They're
right?
gone,
They're just gone. I will always be able to pull out my top loader, my NES top loader, and, the 6 original Mega Man games. And that shit's going to work forever. It's basic. At this point, it is like child's play, the level of technology that's involved with that. You'll always be able to get the replacements for it. But for all of these, we're going to lose all of these games. And, at what point does the preservation outweigh the gray areas of, emulation? Right? Because like you said, you're just getting to Saturn stuff now, and there's some really great shit out there. There's some really great shit for PlayStation 1 that people have never played. And if this goes away, man,
some of that stuff is tied up in rights that'll just never happen again. Okay, so we've got perfect ports of let's say Marvel Superheroes, right? That great fighting game from Capcom. We've got arcade ports of that. Yeah. But what if we want to play specifically the Saturn version of that game? Well, nobody's going to spend the time licensing that version of that game.
Yep.
Or even the old football games, an NFL Quarterback Club 97. I don't know if that's a good game, but just throwing that out there.
Or
let's say you wanted to play that. How are you going to do that 15 years from now if all the discs don't work and the systems have all crapped out?
A big one for me is the Saturn version of Symphony of the Night. I wanted to play it because it's one of my favorite games.
Oh my God. There you go. Yeah. Well, Mode can do that for you. So.
And what's so nice about it too is that there are these products out there, and I'm not going to show it for Stone Age Gamer because they don't pay me shit. Just fucking do the podcast for free. But what's super nice about it is that these are idiot proof modifications, right? Because they're not even really modifications. You're doing really simple shit to get this in there. In the older EverDrives are even easier than that. You're just talking
plugging in a
plug
cartridge.
And play. Yeah. With the disc-based mods, even that stuff is super easy to do, and it just gives you access to all of this stuff, right? And it's all in the spirit of like a celebration of this fucking hobby that we're all super into and love, you know, and I think one of I think the interesting developments that has happened over the course of the last 318 episodes of the Stone Age Gamer is where Kris and I have gone as far as like gatekeeping to gaming and all of that is concerned, because I think we're both kind of at the point now where we're like that everybody should play everything, right? Like, you know, we go on and we talk about these games, and like in a couple weeks or next week or tomorrow, I don't even fucking know. We're gonna talk about High Seas Havoc, right? It's part of our summer series for tomorrow. Okay, sweet. I'll do some research. I should have been playing the game this whole time. So like we're gonna talk about this game, right? Like it's this kind of cult Sega Genesis game, and hopefully by some people listening to our show, you're like, all right, sweet, I'll go check that out, and then you can kind of branch from there, and it's just putting out these, you know, these tendrils out into the world to expand this shit, because we do love it so much, and we do want people to experience it, and whatever barriers we can tear down for it now is just really where we are, you know, as a show, which is kind of an interesting development, because when we started the show, there was more, not that it was ever really the focus of the show, but there was definitely more like, if I'm a dick about this, that'll be funny, right? And it wasn't after a while. So the show has just kind of developed organically into a genuine celebration of this hobby.
Yeah, because there's no sense in being mean about stuff unless it really deserves it.
Right, like Pac-Man 2 deserves to be shit on. That game is fucking awful. But, you know, for the most part, it's a celebration.
Yeah, like we interviewed Tommy Tallarico not that long ago. We're not interested in the in television Amico. Like it's fascinating, but we weren't exactly sold on it, and we were very upfront about the way we felt about it, and it was really cool of him to come on the show and try to convince us that what makes his system good. And it was a fascinating interview. We had a really good time interviewing, and he can talk like we can. So so we were talking for like a long time, but there was no sense in being mean to him about it. Like, this is stupid trying to relaunch the Intellivision brand. That's stupid, and you're stupid for doing it. Like,
fucking asshole who wants to play Moon Patrol. Yeah.
We just looked at him like, well, look, we don't understand why you're doing what you're doing. Please explain it to us. And then he did. And then we had a lot of great conversations about video games, which is great.
So you're saying, like, maybe modern society should listen to each other instead of just tear each other down and try to slam dunk on each other? Because that's not a problem.
Let's not go that far.
That's not a problem online at all.
Yeah, no, like, I mean, honestly, like, yeah, like that's really where we are. You know, it's a funny development, and I don't know if it's for us personally of like having children. Like, I have twin daughters that are 11 now, and like seeing them grow into people that interact in the world, and like the stuff that they're into, you know, when people try to like the other day, my daughter Katie woke up at like she woke me up at like 7:30 in the morning because she was crying in her room, and I walked into her bedroom and I was like, sweetheart, what the hell could have happened at 7:30 in the morning that has made you this upset? And they were playing a game. They play a lot of Roblox, right? Because they're kids, and kids play Roblox. And one of the things they do on there are these role plays where everybody just kind of jumps into a server and they take characters from a particular property, whether it be like an established property. They do a lot of play with the Wings of Fire series, which is a series of books about dragons and shit. Or, you know, a fan-made community of these different characters. And they go in and the community decides, like, all right, you're the queen, you're the king, we do this, we do that, whatever. Right? And somebody had come into this community and was just being a fucking troll. You know, like, just came in to tear people down on purpose. It was like, you're all fucking going to hell, you stupid, you buy this with that, with it, you know, whatever little kids. I mean, it's way worse than shit, I would say. I mean, maybe not on our show, but we're guests here, so I'll keep it back a little bit. But, you know, like, they were just terrible, terrible things that they were saying, to the point where, you know, my daughter, who's just trying to go in and play a video game, is crying in her bedroom at 7:30 in the morning. It's like, man, this is just, world's a fucked up enough place. We don't really need to have this in video games as well. Like, there's a difference between shit talking and trying to actively make people feel bad for the things that they're into.
Very big difference. Shit talking, especially among boys, teenage boys, it's almost like a bonding. Like, you're actually saying, I like you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know, like, it's a rite of passage. It's how boys interact. Yeah, it's how girls interact too. You know, good-natured shit talking, like sitting in my buddy's basement when I was a teenager playing NHL 94. I mean, the things that were said back and forth between the two of us were just the most awful shit in the world. But we were friends, and it was like, it's weird, but it was done out of love, you know. And
it's kind of like when my wife and I play Dr. Mario.
Yeah.
She gets violent,
you know,
like not like hitting each other. We say awful things to each other when we're playing Dr. Mario, and we have to now we have to censor that shit because the kids are around watching us playing, and like, Karen's not as good at censoring herself because she doesn't have the years of retail under her belt that I do. So, like, when she just starts calling me some horrible shit, and the kids are kind of asking questions about what is that? What does that mean? And that's a good time. But yeah, that's the good-natured shit talking is a good time. But being vile for the sake of being vile, or being mean for the sake of getting attention, or tearing down shit you don't like. Dan and I are not Xbox fans, and occasionally we'll jab at the Xbox.
That's because Xbox sucks.
Xbox is fucking bullshit.
It is bullshit.
We're not, because it's not. It's not for us. It's for different people who like the Xbox, and that's great for them.
No, it's not. It's for lesser human beings. Just say it.
I don't get it. I really don't. Like my friend Mike, he actually used to co-host the Stone Age Gamer for a long time. He uses his Xbox One for more than his PlayStation 4, and like, if it's something that's available on both platforms, or even if he's doing stuff like Netflix or whatever, he just likes the UI in the Xbox One better. And it's the simple shit like that. So, okay, that works for you. I don't get it. I think it looks the same. I just don't understand it. I don't get why you would have that, and those two things do almost exactly the same thing. But this one has a whole lot more games you can't play on that one. So I don't know why you go with that.
That's right.
But
one of them has Ghost of Tsushima. The other one doesn't.
The other one doesn't.
Dude, we can't get derailed on Tsushima, but my God.
Dude, oh my God.
That game.
Holy shit, right? Like,
it is so good.
God.
Oh.
I sit there and I play, like, it's one of the few games where I just stop and just exist in that world for you know, a brief moment before it's back off to, like, oh, I gotta go murder people, like, so fucking I gotta get on my horse. But, like, before that, it's just, I'm gonna look at the scenery and the way just the intelligence and the love and the care that has gone into that game is astonishing.
They ironed out, like, it's like every little detail has been gone over and refined and boiled down to, like, what is fun in open world games and what is tedious. And we're going to get rid of all the tedious shit, and we're just going to make this, like, there's nothing new, there's nothing groundbreaking, but it's the open world. The open world format, just, like, perfected.
It's
just
refined. It is a stunning achievement. And, like, because Chris and I, we talk about open world games are not for us. Like, we are not really open world gamers. Really never have been. But Tsushima, God damn it, you're 100% right, man. Like, they took out all of the mundane, stupid, like, none of the side quests in Tsushima feel like side quests. They feel like an integral part of the story. That, yes, naturally this would occur at this moment in the story, and I should go do this thing. You know, oh my God, it's perfect. It's just, I fucking love it.
And the combat, you feel like a samurai. The sword, it's like,
so good.
It's kind of like Arkham Asylum, but also Dark Souls. Like, it's just this weird mix. It took me a second to get used to it, and then when you get all the stances and you start managing groups, and you start getting good at it, and parrying and dodge, and then it's like you get in this state where you fight 15 dudes and you're switching stances. I'm not thinking, and then it's almost, it's so engaging that, you know, when you drive your car sometimes and you're into a song, you're lost in thought, and then all of a sudden you're home, like, how the fuck did I get home?
Yes.
I don't even remember being. That's what happens with Tsushima. It's like I go in and I storm. I fight all these dudes in this fort, and then all of a sudden I like look. They're all dead, and I look down. I'm like, it's been 20 minutes. I don't even know what just happened because I was
I'm
so
switching
just like
stances and I'm
switching
parrying
stance,
and
parry
dodging
this
and
guy,
ducking
dodge
and-
that guy. Yeah.
Oh God, it's so
It's
good.
awesome.
It's so fucking good. Oh, I just
I'm gonna grab a
adore
beer.
that game. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, see, this is what we do. We sidetrack and we devolve into just
Okay.
this
yes.
is the Stone Age
But
gamer. Sorry.
I got to get us back on track. So you guys both from Jersey, right? Or
Yes.
born and raised?
Yep.
Born and raised.
Okay. If you don't mind me asking, what years were you born? Because I like to guess what I think your first console is.
Well,
Dan?
I was born in 1980.
80, okay. And you
I am 81.
81. So you guys are a few years older than me. I was born in 85. I'm going to guess one of you is Atari 2600 and one of you is like ColecoVision. Might be the first console.
That's fucking nuts. That's 100% dead on. Chris was Atari.
Yep.
And
Atari 2600 Junior.
and I was
Dude, I'm
ColecoVision. That was my shit.
Well done.
Damn, dude. That's impressive.
I asked this every episode. I'm getting better.
Yeah, I went back and listened to which one did I listen to? I listened to one of your episodes as research recently, and I can't remember which one it was now. I think it was the most recent one. Who was the last person you did?
The last person was there's like this Aussie dude. What are they called? Bros and Blokes podcast.
Oh, that was I listened to that episode. That was a dope episode.
I listened to I got through about half of that one. It was really good.
Most people, honestly, so far, the most common console has been the NES, which makes sense.
Makes sense.
Yeah, that makes
So-
sense.
Yeah, I kind of want to go a little bit deeper because we haven't talked. I haven't had a guest that we've talked about either. Brett Weiss, which I've seen you guys had on your podcast. He talked a little bit about some of the pre-NES consoles. I want to kind of get into for the Atari. The 2600 was basically, from what I understand, because I was a little too young, but retroactively, like, wasn't that kind of like the big dog, the NES of the pre-NES era, the 2600?
Oh, definitely, without a doubt. Yeah, I mean, you start if you're just going with home game consoles. You started off with just basically Pong machines, right? You get all these different machines, and they're like, this one plays 42. This has got 6 different sports in it. It's hockey, it's highlight, it's tennis, it's table tennis, and what that means is it's Pong, 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 and Pong. Because they're just different variations of Pong. And then you had Channel F, which was the first console that did cartridges that swapped in and out, and Atari 2600, or as was known at the time, the VCS, came out shortly after that. And if you look at the original games that were released for that system, they were all numbered because the idea was like, well, we'll do this for a year or two and they'll move on to something else. But the system blew up. It just became this massive sales success. And reading about the history of Atari is absolutely fascinating. I can't recommend it enough. In fact, Leonard Herman is a great author. He wrote a book called Phoenix about the history of video games, and it is incredibly dense. But if you want to know about the history of video games, that's the book you go to. That is the book. It's called Phoenix. Right now, it's on its 4th edition. You look up Phoenix 4. It's a massive tome, but it's an incredible read. It's a very, very good book. So yeah, the Atari 2600 pretty much exploded, and the company of Atari just exploded from there, and they stopped numbering the games the way that they did. Like, you still have like CX numbers and whatnot, but they stopped numbering them, being like, this is game number 5 or game number 7 or whatever, and just because they kept that system going and going and going. And then eventually Mattel was just like, well, let's see, this is toys, video games, let's do that. So Mattel jumped in with Intelligent Television, which is the Intellivision, and then Coleco, which was a toy manufacturer, but started off as making leather coats because Coleco stands for the Connecticut Leather Company. They got into it too.
Wait. ColecoVision started out as a coat company?
Yeah.
The Connecticut Leather Company. That's Coleco. That's what they are.
I did not know that. Okay, keep going. Sorry, I'm just. Yeah, we'll
So
come back.
they
We'll circle
jumped
back.
in and they took on Atari, and then the crash happened and whatnot. And I was at the tail end of that. My first system was an Atari 2600 Junior that my parents bought me at a KB Toys for like $60. The Junior was the remodeled one that was a lot smaller, and I still have mine. It still works like a dream because you could skip an Atari 2600 across a lake and it would still work fine when it landed on the other end. But I didn't really know anything about Nintendo when that had come out because my exposure to it was very limited. You know, I had only been to an arcade maybe once or twice in my life. I'd only ever really seen them at that point. And I had seen games at my cousin's house who also had an Atari, and they had one of theirs from the 70s. And I saw stuff like Pitfall, and I was just completely enamored by the fact that you could control what was happening on the television, because that was such a novel idea, right? You're a kid, and kids now are like, well, I'm holding an iPad, I've got a supercomputer in my pants, but back then, like, I can push buttons and make not just control what channel it's displaying, but interact with what's happening on the television. I thought that was amazing. So when I got the Atari home and we got stuff like Pac-Man and Missile Command and Asteroids and Space Invaders, I was so enthralled by the artwork on the boxes. And I see this in my son, which makes me incredibly happy. We just spent time with my in-laws, and their kid, his cousin, plays video games like a lot of kids that I used to see when I worked at Funko Land. They would, their parents would just drop them off, go shopping, and they would stand there with a controller in their hand and just zone out, just completely zone out. And like, of course, they're experiencing the game and they're having fun, but they're completely zoned out. I was never like that with games. Games lit my imagination on fire. And it was these Atari games that really did it for me. Like looking at this box art for Missile Command. And you look up the box art for Missile Command, and then you look at the little squares and rectangles that are on the screen, and you fill in those dots. You fill in those blanks, connecting like this amazing. Like here's this guy with this helmet, and he's pressing all these buttons, and he's launching these missiles, and it's just this whole imagination thing. And I loved my Atari. It was my life. And when I eventually moved on to an NES, I had played it at my friend's house, right? So I'm used to Atari games, right? The most technologically advanced thing was stuff like California games, where you have a lot of like that Atari rainbow effect, or like the Activision sunset that's in a lot of their games, you know, that kind of rainbow effect. And that's the most technologically advanced thing I've seen. And then I go over to our friend Joey's house, and he shows me his Nintendo Entertainment System. He boots up Super Mario Brothers, and the screen scrolls. I was like, "Are you kidding me? What?" It was the
life would never get better. How could it?
The 2012 Ninja Turtle series. Have you seen that? I promise I have a through line to this.
Have you seen what?
In the 2012 CG Ninja Turtle series, when Michelangelo eats pizza for the first time, that was me with the NES. Just my eyes, my pupils dilated. There was fire everywhere. It was just like, I need to have this. I didn't get it for a little while because we didn't have a lot of money growing up. But man, when we got it, I finally got the, it must have been 88, 87 or 88 that I got it, because the system that we got, it was before Mario 3. We got the one that came with the Power Pad, the Zapper, Super Mario Brothers Duck Hunt, and World Class Track Meet.
Yes.
And
yeah, the bundle. Yeah.
That bundle pack was just like, it was so cool, right? Because I'd played Mario Duck Hunt over at Joey's house, and then I get Mario Duck Hunt World Class Track Meet, because my parents were like, well, this comes with the Power Pad, and then they could actually be active. And I loved the Power Pad. My sister and I went nuts for that thing. We would like be stomping on the floor, and things are falling off shelves because we live in this rickety house, and like we're just pounding on the floor. Like my parents would make us move the Nintendo down into the living room because they used to let us keep it up in one of the bedrooms. And they're like, no, you're not playing Power Pad up there because you're gonna fall through the damn floor. Like, just bring it downstairs and play it there. God, we just loved that. And it wasn't just the games anymore, because now like the graphics were so much better that I could connect the dots between the artwork on the boxes and the games better. Now, granted, the artwork on NES games is super cool, but it's not as amazing as some of that Atari stuff. But it was still all this imagination, and I was just in love with the worlds. And I dressed up as Link for Halloween, and everyone thought I was Peter Pan because my mom made my costume, because Link costumes didn't exist, you know? There weren't toys for this stuff back then, and I just obsessively moved from franchise to franchise. I would draw pictures of my own video game system. I would be secretly jealous of my friend who had a Master System down the block, but then I got like hardcore into the console wars, like, no, Nintendo all the way, rah, rah, rah. It wasn't until the PlayStation, actually. The PlayStation 1 was what sucked me out of that, because
the greatest console of all time. That's why I did it. That's the profit. That's the Jesus.
Well, it was Castlevania, because I was such a huge fan of Castlevania, and I was okay with skipping Bloodlines for Genesis. Like, it's a great game, but my friend had it. If I really wanted to play it, I could go to Greg's house and play Castlevania Bloodlines. But when Symphony of the Night happened, I was just like, that's it. I can't stick with console exclusivity anymore, because it's stupid.
It's dumb, and
so
that
just
game
go
is,
where the games you want to play are.
And it's such an unmissable game, right?
Right? Especially at that.
Yes.
Nobody was doing 2D stuff at that time. And that was all that promise of the Saturn. We were just ragging on them before for being like, oh, we're going to make the best 2D platform ever. Like, that was way more exciting to me than polygons to an extent, right? Super Mario 64 was this amazing experience, but then when you look at something like Symphony of the Night and how few people were making games that used modern technology to beef up what was already happening on platforms like the Super Nintendo, like, that's the evolution I wanted to see in Metroid. You see Super Metroid, which is just damn near flawless experience on the Super Nintendo, and then you see the gorgeous sprite work in something like Symphony of the Night, and you compare it to something like Battle Arena Toshin Den, like, that's night and day. I don't care how cool you think these 3D games are. I don't care how cool you think Resident Evil is. Symphony of the Night is fucking artwork, man.
It is.
This game is astounding, and it still holds up to this day. And it breaks my heart that everyone was so obsessed with making 3D games at the time. Now, granted, they had to, because that's evolution happening. That had to happen to get us to where we are today, and now 2D and 3D games coexist wonderfully. But man, at that time, it was painful to me, because I didn't like 3D games as much as I like 2D games. And when you see something like Symphony of the Night that really just takes that medium and goes so far with it in such a gorgeous direction, the CD quality audio, the voice acting, the sprite work, the special effects, everything top to bottom, absolute masterpiece. And I couldn't pass it up. That it wasn't coming to Nintendo 64. The Castlevania we did eventually get on N64 was, while not nearly as bad as everyone makes it out to be, hardly a great game. And I had to have a PlayStation. And then from there, it's, well, Parappa the Rapper, it's Final Fantasy VII, it's
Metal Gear
Soul
Solid.
Edge, Metal Gear Solid. Oh my God, Metal Gear Solid versus Ocarina of Time. What a time to be alive that was, right? Holy crap on a stick. But yeah, that's where I come from. I was born of Atari, lit my imagination on fire, then transitioned to Nintendo. I'm still a Nintendo whore to this day. I almost exclusively play Switch. I'm probably not buying a PS5 or an Xbox Series X refrigerator, whatever that is. I am a Nintendo fan through and through, because they make the kinds of games that I like, but it was around Symphony of the Night that really taught me to properly respect the other platforms. And while I was secretly jealous of stuff like Sonic the Hedgehog, and I was furious when Blaster Master 2 only came out on Genesis, because Blaster Master is one of my all-time favorite games.
Yes.
Blaster Master 2 is not all that great, but I don't care. It's still a sequel to Blaster Master.
I still wanted it, goddammit.
I wanted it desperately, but I learned to respect the other platforms. And going back was like to tie it back into the podcast, when we're doing the summer series stuff, I'm hitting games that I had never spent the time with before to really properly appreciate. And it was Symphony of the Night that really did it for me.
Nice. Well, it doesn't surprise me that the PlayStation and Symphony of the Night are the catalyst for your enlightenment, because those are both amazing.
Greatest platform of all time is Super Nintendo. That's my stance.
It is. Look, you can make the argument for Super Nintendo. I grew up as a Genesis kid. I'll get into that a little bit later. But I admit now that the Super Nintendo is a superior console, better game choice, etc. And it would be my number 2. But the PlayStation 1, I think that's like the glory days. You brought up, there's a couple things I wanted to respond to before I have Dan go through his early childhood. It was you talked about Symphony of the Night. Oh yeah, it was the first time I saw the enemy. I don't know if you remember the bloody zombie. It's like very early in the game, And when you slash him,
you slice him and he goes, ugh!
Yes, and then his torso falls off, and a fountain of blood comes out. And I saw it at my friend's, also named Joey. I had a friend named Joey too, and I saw that at his house, and I was like, I fucking need that game right now. Like whatever that is,
that's amazing.
Is I need it. And yeah, I agree. Symphony of the Night. It's probably the only. It's a single game that I've probably beaten the most. I've probably beaten it 30, 40 times at this.
And each time it's fucking incredible, right?
Yes, each time. Maybe that's an exaggeration, but and that's kind of back to what we were talking about. I really want to play the Saturn version, but I can't get it to work on emulation. And so I'm literally like, I guess I'm gonna get a Saturn, get a ROM thing, get an HDMI, converter for the HDMI. I'm gonna spend all this money just so I can play the Saturn version of Symphony of the Night.
And I don't mean to be a shill for Stone Age Gamer. I honestly wouldn't say any of that stuff if I didn't believe it. Like, even if I didn't work for Stone Age Gamer, I'd think mode is the coolest thing. But I will say this about the Saturn version of Symphony: it is more interesting than it is good. The new areas are very cool. Playing as Maria is very cool, but it's more of an interesting. It's more of an interesting side note because it doesn't run as well as the PlayStation 1.
I've heard that.
The effect of Alucard moving isn't as awesome as it is in PlayStation. That trail that happens behind him, it just doesn't. It's not as visually interesting on Saturn, and that takes a lot of the game's style, Because I don't know about you, when I play that game, I'll do the superhero landing like all the time. just I'll hold down when I land just to watch the cape slowly fall back into place, and then get back up and start throwing knives and stuff. Because knives are my sub weapon in that game. Because knives suck in almost all the Castlevania games, but in Symphony of the Night, you can throw those things as fast as you can press the button. And I was raised on Mega Man, I can press buttons fast. And you can do some crazy damage with the knives in that game.
Sweet. All right. And then I want to talk to Dan a little bit about the ColecoVision. I've never had, I had one guy on, he's called 16-Bit on Instagram. He's a Canadian collector, has a massive collection. He talked a little bit about the ColecoVision. But he had like this, you guys might know more about it. My memory's a little off. It was like an Atari 2600 clone, but it was called like the ColecoVision Might or ColecoVision Magic or something. I had like some other. Anyway,
there was an adapter for the ColecoVision that let it play Atari 2600 games. Right.
Did that have a weird name? See, Chris is way more versed in that.
I think it was just called Expansion Module, because I have one. I can't remember what it was called. I think it was just called the ColecoVision Expansion Module 1 or something like that. And you could just plug Atari VCS carts right near ColecoVision.
I see that on the Wikipedia, the Atari 2600 expansion. That might have been what he was talking about.
And that was a wild time to be alive, right? Where you could just be like, fuck it, we're just going to make an Atari 2600 port for our system. Take us to court. Prove it's illegal. Because that shit was all new
imagine
back then.
Sony being like, you can buy this thing and now you can play Xbox games.
That's right. You can play Halo on your PS4 now because fuck it, why not?
Right. And that's so insane now, but back then it was just like there was no precedent for it.
Nah, man, it was the fucking Wild West back then.
Exactly. Yeah. So they could be like, sure, let's do it. Let's make our ColecoVision play Atari games, then take us to court and figure out if it's legal.
What are the games you remember from ColecoVision? I'm not super familiar with that console, so give us like a crash course in the games you remember.
So for me, growing up, the ColecoVision really was my babysitter as a kid, right? Because not to get too much on a downer, but like a lot of kids in the 80s, I came from broken home, divorced parents who didn't like each other, all that shit. I don't know why we had a ColecoVision because I was super young at the time, like 3-4 years old. Really not the right time to give a kid a video game system. But I think it was because the two games that I played the most on there were like kind of safe properties that my mom could kind of stick me over in the corner while she took care of whatever the fuck was going on in her life at the time. And I was safe, So the two things that I played the most were Mousetrap, which is a really, really interesting Pac-Man clone, and then a Smurfs game.
Off the board game?
What's that?
Is Mousetrap based off the board game?
I mean,
Mousetrap?
I don't.
It's an arcade game.
Yeah, it's an arcade game. I don't know that it ever had anything to do with the board game. Because it didn't have it doesn't have all the the bells and whistles of the board game, like the dude in the swim trunks that dives into the barrel and all that shit. But like, what's really cool about Mousetrap is for being a Pac-Man clone, they took it and made it a little bit more interesting, because the ColecoVision had this really fucking wackadoo controller. And if you've never seen it, what it was, it had like an old telephone cord on it, right? So you see old movies from the 70s and 80s that have that curly cord on it. It had a curly cord, and then there was a joystick in the center, and there was two buttons on the left and right hand side. But below the joystick, there was a numerical keypad like on a phone, right? 1 to 9, 0 in the middle, £, the fucking star. And you could slip little inserts into it that would do different things in the game. So, you know, the first controller that I ever played on, it's one of the things where I find, like, we talked to Tommy Tallarico, we talked to Brett Weiss about it, and they were like, oh man, these modern systems with all their buttons. I was like, yo, dude, I started on a Coleco that had like 14 buttons. This is the first video game thing I ever played.
Yeah, I'm looking at a picture right now. It's like, yeah, you guys got a dial. Then are the gray buttons on the side like side buttons you can push, or is that like
they're like action buttons, like action A and B buttons. You know what I mean?
And the dial moved like a joystick too. It wasn't just a turn dial. That's like a little mini joystick.
Oh, that thing can. It doesn't just rotate. It's like a joystick, like a thumb joystick. Yeah.
You want a real nightmare? Look up the Intellivision controller.
But like, so that's a fucking wacky ass controller, but it really worked because you could do different things. So like in Mousetrap, which, like I said, is essentially a Pac-Man clone. You're just a mouse going around. You got to eat these pieces of cheese. There's a bunch of bones like scattered throughout the map. And as you figure out your way through the maze, you eat all 4 bones. The mouse turned into a dog. And you chase after these cats like you would chase after the ghosts in Pac-Man. But there were also little trap doors that you could activate using the keypad as you went through the game. And when you would have the specific insert for Mousetrap, it would have little pictures on it. So you didn't have to remember, like, as a kid, it really worked for me, you know, because at like 3-4 years old, I really, you know, I couldn't read all that well at that point. So, you know, but I could look at the picture and be like, all right, this button here activates this door because it looks like the picture that's on the screen, or this thing does this, or this, whatever the game was, right? So I could make my way through it, and I loved Mousetrap, and it's one of those properties that has fallen off completely and is never talked about again, because ultimately it is an inferior version of Pac-Man. Like, the mazes in Pac-Man are more interesting, the game controls better, but as a little kid, I didn't know any better. But then the other game that I played a ton of was the Smurfs. Right, Smurfs was a gigantically successful cartoon show, because that video games and cartoons were, you know, my 80s babysitter, right? I grew up on He-Man and G.I. Joe and Transformers and Thundercats and all of the classic 80s franchises. But Smurfs was one of them too. So there's a Smurfs video game. I got the game, and it's just this really basic side-scrolling platformer. But I was blown away at how close to the cartoon it looked to me as a kid, you know, and it's. I
mean, even looking at it now, it's a really impressive visual.
Yeah, it is. I'm watching it right now. I'm like, this actually looks almost as good as an NES,
right? Like in the very early '80s,
blows Atari out of the water. It does. Visually speaking, like the 2600 ain't getting anywhere near this.
So playing through that, and it's a really simple game, you know, which is it's just basic. A basic platformer. You have to jump over shit or jump on ledges, and like it's one hit insta death kind of thing. But you know, I played through those and just loved them. And then as my mom and I moved around, you know, we bounced around from place to place, and we eventually ended up living somewhere where we kind of lived in like the back part of a house, and the people that lived in the front part of the house had kids that were a little bit older than me. It was this girl named Paige, right? And if I was 7, right, Paige was 10. And I was fucking enamored with this girl. I thought she was the coolest thing in the world. She taught me how to ride a bike, but she also had an NES and Rob the Robot. And I went over
girl with an NES?
Cute girl, NES, and a fucking robot. Like in the late 80s, dude. A fucking robot. That was the dream, man. It was holy shit. You have a robot that works. And no, it fucking doesn't. But you had a robot that works. My God, I love you. Please marry me. I don't even fucking like, Jesus Christ. I don't have words to explain the feelings that I'm having right now. And she showed me that. And I was just like, oh my God, this is the coolest thing in the world. And I went home and I was like, Mom, I have to get an NES. Paige has an NES. Please fucking get me an NES so I can be cool like her. And my mom was one of those moms who was like, yeah, whatever. And she came home with a Master System because it was cheaper. And like that meme that goes around now of like the NES we have at home, that's what I had. So I got a Master System. And I actually ended up really, really loving the Master System. There was some really awesome games. And what I thought was so cool about it, and it probably pushed me into the type of person that I am now, of all of my friends had a Nintendo. I had the Master System. So while all of them were talking about the games that they played, and I would go over to their house and play those games, my house was the only one where they could come play Action Jackson or My Hero or Wonder Boy or Psycho Fox or all these other fucking crazy games. Like, I was the one who got to show them that. And I really, really loved that part of it. And then eventually, I got an NES and kind of fell in love with, I've never been a Mario fan. It's just, I've always been massively impressed by the lesson that the original Super Mario Brothers was able to teach the entire world. Of that first level, World 1-1 in Super Mario Brothers, is the most brilliantly designed level of a video game ever, because it had the responsibility of teaching the world how to play video games in a new way and make it understandable for absolutely everybody, and it fucking nails it. And it's just such a massive achievement. But I've just never been a Mega Man or a Mario fan. I've always been a Mega Man guy, or Kid Icarus or Metroid. Like, those were always the games that I gravitated towards. And I was like, this is really cool, but I really like my Sega. Eventually, I blew up my Sega, my Master System, because I used to switch the power pack, right? That big fucking brick that you would plug into the back of it. I had my Nintendo and my Master System hooked up to my little old 13-inch TV in my bedroom, and I would just switch the power system behind it. And the adapter for the NES was more powerful than because what the fuck do I know about suggested volts and shit?
It goes in hole.
It goes in the hole. Exactly. It goes in the hole. It makes the thing turn on. Right, I still don't really understand it. So, like, let's, we're being honest. But I didn't know it was more powerful, and I was playing a game on my Master System, and I heard a pop, like a very faint pop, and my Master System shut off. I was like, dude, what the fuck? Like, my shit, like, I was freaking out. So I took the thing apart, like I was going to figure out what to do with it. And I saw that there was a piece in there that, even though I didn't know what I was looking at, I was pretty sure it should not be cracked in half. Like, it was noticeably jagged and split, and I'd blown up the power source for it, like, on the motherboard. Son of a bitch. All right, so I guess I'm just going to play Nintendo. And then eventually, we got to the point where I went over and spent some time at my cousin's house, and for Christmas, he got the bundle of the Super Nintendo that had A Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past.
All right, before we'll switch over to Chris. We'll switch back over to Chris.
Yeah.
For the next generation. But before we do that, can I take a quick pee?
Please. Oh my goodness, beers. I'm dying.
Yeah. I'll be back. Uno momento.
Good.
Sweet. Let's do. So we kind of pushes us next to the Genesis, Super Nintendo. I know you were saying Link to the Past, but let's switch back to Chris.
Yeah.
Did you go to Super Nintendo or Genesis? After
I was diehard Nintendo
all the
way up to PlayStation. Yes. So when the Super Nintendo was coming out, I didn't have a subscription to Nintendo Power because, like I said, we didn't have much in the way of money, and my parents weren't willing to throw that in there. So I would see pictures at Nintendo Powers at my friend's house, and I remember seeing the pictures of the Bonsai Bill before it had a mouth on it. It was like the first screenshot printed of Super Mario World in the back of Nintendo Power, and I was just like, oh, because I had played Altered Beast in the arcade, right? So I had some taste of what a 16-bit game was going to look like. But, oh my god, Super Mario World is to this day top 5 my favorite games of all time. I think it's just damn near perfection. And so we got the Super Nintendo just about at launch because my sister and I were like, we were saving up, we were begging, we were doing everything we could, and I don't know how it worked out the way that it did, but we got a Super Nintendo right near when the system launched, and we took home Super Mario World was packed in. We got the Super Mario World Super Set with that and 2 controllers, and they also bought us F-Zero. And my sister played more F-Zero than I did because she was just way better at it. I just couldn't get anywhere in it until I spent way more time playing it. But I was just obsessed with Super Mario World because it was everything. It did everything Super Mario Brothers 3 did, but in my opinion, better. And it's one of those constant old school arguments, like what's better, Mega Man 2 or 3? I go 3. What's better, Mario 3 or Mario World? I go World. And it really just plays on, neither one is objectively better because it comes down to your sensibilities. There are the things that I like about Mega Man, I think 3 does better than 2. The things I like about Mario, I think World does better than 3. But the colors, the commercial for it, the commercial for Super Mario World, where the announcer is like, suddenly the world is a little bluer, the sky is the world is more dangerous, the sky is bluer, the grass is greener, the jumps are harder, the challenge a whole lot tougher. It's an amazing commercial. It's my favorite commercial for anything ever. I love it to death. But getting the Super Nintendo was one thing. Playing Super Mario World, blowing my mind was something else. Seeing F-Zero and Mode 7, complete craziness. But inside of the Super Nintendo box was a poster. And that poster had all these screenshots for like 6 different games on them, right? So this is the launch for the Super Nintendo. You got Super Play Action Football. You got Sim City. All the way at the bottom, you got Zelda 3. I'm like, there's a third one? What? Because Zelda was my obsession, right? Loved Mario. Lived, breathed Mario, Mega Man, Kid Icarus, everything Nintendo. But Zelda was a league above the rest, right? Zelda and Zelda 2 were just like, they had to take away the Nintendo because I was having nightmares when I lost my save data for Zelda 2, right?
So you liked
Zelda 1 and
you liked Zelda 2?
What's that?
You liked Zelda 2?
Oh, I love Zelda 2.
Yes,
me
too.
I love Zelda 2. It's I wouldn't say it's a great Zelda game because like now that there's a Zelda formula, that doesn't really fit in anymore. But at the time, it was Zelda and Zelda 2. There was only 2 of them, so you couldn't say one was more Zelda than the other because this could just be where the evolution of the series was going. It's like saying, well, yeah, Simon's Quest isn't exactly a great game, but it laid the groundwork for the Vania part of Metroidvania, right? That was a game about exploring and backtracking. So yeah, while that one wasn't great, that turned into Symphony of the Night. I wish they would go back to some Zelda 2 stuff, man. I wish they would make a modern Zelda game that played like an evolution of Zelda 2. Like, quick tangent, have you played much Mario Maker 2 by any chance?
Mario Maker 2? No, I have not.
Now, Mario Maker 2 on the Switch, they added, you could get a sword in the Mario 1 style and play as Link, right? And when you play as Link, you can throw bombs, you can shoot arrows, but it's the Zelda 1 sprite. But you get this taste of like, what if they added arrows and bombs to a side-scrolling platformer like Zelda 2? This would be amazing.
Have you played the Super Mario? It's like Super NES All-Stars. It's a ROM hack where it puts in like, I think it's Super NES All-Stars. It's like Ninja Gaiden, Zelda, Mario, Mega Man, but you play through Mario, but you can basically pick.
Oh, Super Mario Crossover.
Crossover, yes,
Super Mario
that's
Crossover.
what it's called.
That game's amazing. Again, I didn't understand why they went with the Zelda 1 sprite when you had the perfectly good Zelda 2 sprite in that game, but whatever. Super Mario Crossover is outstanding. Anyway, so A Link to the Past, I saw this picture that I lost my mind over Zelda 3, right? We finally get that game, and when you walk outside and it's raining, and you see the drops of rain hitting the ground, it's like,
yes.
A Link to the Past is just one of the most perfect games ever. There's almost nothing wrong with that game, top to bottom, floor to ceiling, flawless design. It is incredible. It's as fun to play today as it was back then. I just played through it in front of my son, and he was completely enthralled the entire time. Can't say that about every game in the world. Like, we're playing through the Game Boy ones right now, and he's like, meh. But Link to the Past was his world, man. He couldn't stop talking about it. He loved it. And then the Super Nintendo, that evolution is my favorite time in video game history. The jump from 8 to 16-bit will never not blow me away. Like, jumping from Mario 3 to Mario World, amazing. Zelda and 1 and 2 to Link to the Past, just incredible. Castlevania to Super Castlevania 4, Mega Man to whatever number they were, 5 up to that one at that point, to Mega Man X.
Mega Man,
6 came out after
Mega
X.
Man X was
right?
like, when I saw,
oh my god, Mega Man X is amazing. That music, it sounds like electric guitars. It's that evolution. Like, this is what Mega Man looked like, and now this is what Mega Man looks like. And even Mega Man 7, same basic principle, right? How are they going to make dead-eyed Mega Man still look like dead-eyed Mega Man in 16-bit style? And they pulled that shit off, man. Mega Man 7's amazing. But all that evolution, that was my favorite time ever in gaming, seeing, well, what does it look like when you take something that looks like this, that's a basic interpretation of what a drawing is, and then you get to the next level where you can actually see, like, well, now we can see all the details. God, when Super Metroid, that was one of my all-time favorite moments. Playing Super Metroid for the first time was just incredible. I'll never forget, I walked into a CVS, and there was a copy of Game Fan, and there was a picture of Super Metroid on the cover. I had never heard of Super Metroid at that point. I was like, oh my god, there's going to be another Metroid game! Blah! And it's just, how does Nintendo make games this good? And when I finally played that game, again, starts with rain. Well, not starts with rain. After that whole intro sequence on the space station where you fight Ridley, you're like, oh my god, Ridley's back! He's got the baby Metroid! I went through hell trying to fix that thing in Metroid 2, all right? I blew up SR-388, thank you very much, and I saved that baby Metroid. You give that baby back! And he didn't give it back. He flew away, and he flies to planet Zebes. Of all places, he goes back to the place in the original Metroid. It doesn't look anything like the place. It's raining everywhere, and you get out, and you see Samus's footprints. You hear the footprints as she's walking on the ground. There's little splashes of puddle, little bits of rain underneath her footprints that go away when you go inside the first cave, because it's not raining in the fucking cave. Absolutely incredible attention to detail. Blew my goddamn mind. But then I go down a little bit further, right? Because there's only one place you can go. So you start going down, you open up a door. Holy shit, I'm in the ending of the NES Metroid. I just watched the intro to this where they're showing 16-bit renditions of all the stuff that happened in Metroid and Metroid 2, and I'm like, I can't believe how fucking amazing this is. I'm like crying at the sight of this intro, and now I'm at the ending of Super Metroid, and I can see what happened after I blew up that place. Because you didn't blow up the planet, you laid a fucking bomb, and there's smoke and ruined shit everywhere. So I'm like, all right, I'm following this shit down. You go all the way down to the bottom, you turn to right, there's Mother Brain's corpse from the end of the game and all that other shit. You blow up broken glass all over the place. I can't believe this shit's happening. But then you go to the next room, everything's fixed. I can't go any further in Tori, and there's an elevator here where there wasn't before, and everything is clean. But the lights are still off. Okay, you go down this elevator, where does it take you? To the first fucking screen of the original Metroid. Are you kidding me? There's a background now. It's not just black in the background. You can see all the stones and all this other crazy shit. You go to the left, let's see, is the morph ball still there? The fucking morph ball's still there. But then a camera turns on, and you're just like, oh my god, now something knows that I'm here. And you do a little bit more adventure, you go back upstairs, the fucking lights are on. Oh shit. You go into that next room, now there's space pirates everywhere, and I fucking died. Super Metroid is amazing. It is so goddamn good in every conceivable level, and that was the Super Nintendo to me. And as amazing as the PlayStation was, as absolutely outstanding as Soul Blade, any game that you can name for the PlayStation, it'll never replace that experience of just like, well, this is what gaming was before. We have perfected that. PlayStation has a lot of experiments, has a lot of really ugly fucking polygons all over the place, and it's genius, it's beautiful, it's amazing, it is one of the most important pieces of video game history. But Super Nintendo took everything that was amazing about the most amazing system on the planet at the time, which was the NES, and made it unfathomably better. Just took those experiences. I could do the same freak out session for A Link to the Past and Mega Man X and all that other stuff. It was just magic. It was unbelievable magic that just owned my entire fucking life. And it looked ridiculous with the swirly skirt looking thing on the bottom and the big purple buttons, but I didn't care because it was absolutely amazing playing these games. Fucking Street Fighter 2? You kidding me? I go to my cousin's house and like check this game out. Like, okay, what is this? Some kind of final fight? Oh my, it's just two people fighting each other. I'd never seen a game like that before because I never played fucking Urban Champion, because who did? That game was a pile of turds. But I'm playing Street Fighter 2 and I'm like, Dad, you got to come in here and see this. My dad doesn't give a shit about video games. It's like, look at this. It's just them two fighting against each other. That's it. And they like stand there and they have these idle animations, because I had never seen an idle animation before. That was fucking Super Nintendo, because I didn't see it in the arcade. That system's amazing. That system is absolutely amazing.
Yeah, that's how I feel about the PlayStation 1. I can go on rants like that. And I agree with you 100%. Like, you didn't say anything wrong. The only reason why I weigh the PlayStation 1 maybe like 2% higher than the NES, one is completely subjective and biased, meaning those, because I was just a few years behind you. Those experiences for me, like, this is the next level. The jump from 16 to 32, that's when it also kind of aligns, like, your age. Something like around 12 to 15 is when, like, things are the most magical.
Yeah.
Especially for boys. I mean, I don't know what it's like to be a girl, but I know what it's like to be a boy. And something about those times, like, that's like the prime time to have your mind blown. But the reason why objectively, where I could maybe make a semi-rational argument that the PlayStation 1 might be, like, just have the slight edge, is because you mentioned the experiments. Like, that's where a lot of 3D, what has now become the standard, that was the system where all those experiments were played out. And a lot of the formulas and the standards and the practices that are now just commonplace for gaming were born, is that era.
Well, that's why if that was the argument, and this is just a fun conversation to have. I'm not trying to convince you either way, because like, you got to go where your heart is. But if that's the argument, from my perspective, that's PlayStation 2, because that's why I like Super Nintendo better than NES, because it took all the stuff the NES did and then it did it right. And so you look at all those experiments and stuff on the PlayStation 1, but I keep going back to Soul Blade, right? Because it was one of my favorite PlayStation 1 games. I played relentless hours of Soul Blade, but then you look at Soul Calibur on the Dreamcast and that thing is perfect. And it does everything that Soul Blade does, but better, except have Lee Long. Because why, of all the characters to never come back, as Lee Long? What the hell?
But it has Lizard
anyway.
Man. And that is all
Lizard
you
Man,
need.
But the PlayStation 2, Dreamcast, PS2, Xbox, GameCube, that era was where 3D gaming finally didn't look ugly. With PlayStation 1 and N64 and Saturn, what hurt me so much about that era is that we had gotten to stuff like Super Metroid and Mega Man X. We had gotten to sprite work that looks like what it's supposed to look like, and then it went back to Atari. You know, because then all of a sudden we're looking at Virtua Fighter, and while on one hand that's amazing, I've gone back to looking at a bunch of squares, and I didn't want to take that step back. I wanted to see more stuff like Symphony of the Night, and that generation didn't really experiment with that. In fact, even the generation after that, it wasn't until like PS3 and 360 that we started seeing this indie game revolution, where you start getting things like Cave Story that are reinventing like, no, we're not done with pixel art yet. Look what we can do now. And I do 100% agree that the PlayStation was this just amazing bedrock of where gaming came from, modern gaming came from, and not just from the actual games themselves, just the entire personality of that platform. Nintendo was like, okay, this stuff is for kids. We're going to put this in the boys department in Toys R Us. Like, video games are toys. And the PlayStation was like, video games are entertainment. Yep. They were the ones that took that out of the toy department and put it in the entertainment department, because this didn't just play video games, this played your music CDs. And PlayStation 2 rocked the whole world on top of that again by popularizing DVDs. That format wouldn't be what it is without the PlayStation, and the PlayStation wouldn't be where it is without DVDs. They were inextricably linked. And that kind of stuff that is what the PlayStation brand did for video games.
I would also say the PlayStation, I might be wrong. You guys might have a better memory. I can't think of a console that had like truly adult-oriented games before the PS1. There might have been like The 3D
outliers at best. I mean, the Genesis really looked at stuff like that was cool and hardcore, but no, when you're getting stuff like Resident Evil,
yes,
that
didn't exist
couldn't
before.
have existed before.
Yeah,
and
like most,
it's partially because technologically it couldn't have existed before. How do you take a game like that seriously?
A lot of the stuff, like I would say that like a lot of the stuff that existed that was more adult oriented was on like PC. At the time, like you look back at something like Leisure Suit Larry and whatever, but like because that is absolutely an adult oriented game, but it's not a very serious game, right? Like it's funny, and like I know more kids that played that game than adults that played Leisure Suit Larry because it was like I can go bang a hooker. Awesome. This is super funny to me, you know, where like as an adult I can't imagine taking that game very, very seriously, but like you're saying, you know, something like Resident Evil, that is absolutely not a game for children, right? That game,
or even Metal Gear Solid. You guys talked about that,
Like Metal Gear Solid is so because that I know for me was one of the things that pushed me into eventually getting a PlayStation. Like I went from, you know, the Sega Master System and the NES to I didn't get an SNES at first. I didn't get a Super Nintendo until Street Fighter 2 because I played that game relentlessly in the arcade at the Deptford Mall in Deptford, New Jersey. I would play the shit out of Street Fighter 2 and I was really good. And I didn't get a home console until I was like, that looks fucking perfect. And I know it's on the Genesis as well. But this one has 6 buttons, so this is the controller I'm going to use. I don't have to buy anything else. I'm good. I could just play Street Fighter 2 on here and everything's great. I actually went to the Turbo Graphics before that.
Oh,
right.
Let's talk about that.
Yeah, like again.
Well, real quick before you jump into that, I'll clarify a point about the mature video games aimed at adults. PlayStation 1 did it as similar to the way that Atari did it with cartridges in the first place. The Channel F came first, right? That came out before the Atari. CDI actually hit in 1990, and that was a machine that was aimed at this higher end adult style game with stuff like Voyeur and whatnot, right? Now, it didn't actually come out when it didn't really focus on being a games machine until a little bit later, but that and the PC space, like Dan said, that was kind of where you were starting to see CD-ROM take that technology into the future, and it was PlayStation that really PlayStation popularized it. PlayStation was the one that did it right.
Yes,
so
I agree.
You can definitely attribute it to like it existed before that, but it's like saying that analog sticks existed before the N64, but it wasn't until the N64 that they became mainstream popular. They were the ones that did it that first did it right, that got it into people's hands and made it synonymous with their product.
Yeah.
So they have mature games like that. That was PlayStation. They definitely deserve the credit, but there was stuff like, unfortunately, the CDI that existed before it.
Is the CDI that were the same as the 3DO, or is that different?
Different animal.
Okay.
It's a similar type of situation, as in they were designed to be a platform, and like a platform that you could license, and like any company could make a CDI unit. Similar to the 3DO. So we have like Panasonic and Gold Star and whatnot. In fact, Sony was originally involved in the development of the CDI. The problem is the CDI is a pile of garbage.
It's just not a very well-designed platform.
It's not. Yeah. And just a quick other side note, and I hate to keep drawing off on tangents, but when you're talking about stuff like we were talking about the Saturn being tough to emulate, CDI is this entire library that's also. There's no good emulation for CDI stuff out there, because who's going to put in the time and the effort to emulate a CDI, right? Most of the games are garbage, right. But those games exist, and there's no good way to play all that stuff. Like I just wrote about the upcoming issue of Nintendo Force. I just wrote about, we're doing a whole thing on the history of Mario, and I did a whole thing on Hotel Mario, which is a fascinating, weird little game, but that's never getting re-released because Nintendo doesn't want anyone to ever play that game again. But that happened. That's a game. And emulating that kind of stuff, or the CDI Zelda games, or Burn Cycle, or any other the weird games that existed on the CDI, that's going away because nobody's that big of a fan to preserve the CDI stuff. So It's just a weird footnote in history and super unfortunate. Let's talk about TurboGrafx.
Yeah, like, I know for me, like, the big thing was this is the system that not everybody has. So this is the one I'm going to gravitate towards, right? I'm going to do this fucking counterculture, like, you like that, it's popular, it's fucking stupid. I'm going to go do this other thing, right? So, yeah, a very, very, like, very punk rock attitude as a kid. And still, I mean, fucking to this day, too, but, like, a much nicer, a mellowed out punk rock kind of thing now. But, like, the other thing for me was that as a little kid, I got obsessed with kung fu movies. I got obsessed with horror movies. And then I saw the TurboGrafx 16 had China Warrior, which had characters on the screen that were bigger than anything I had ever seen. And dude fucking looked like Bruce Lee. And I was like, shit, that is something I have to have. And then I saw Splatterhouse, and I was like, this is fucking cooler than anything my friends have. Splatterhouse is mature, it's adult, I'm cool enough to handle it, nobody else is cool enough, and I'm going to be the one that's going to show all my friends, like, you guys are playing this shit, come over here, you could be basically fucking Jason, but like a good Jason, and just whoop ass. And I was, oh dude, I was blown away by the TurboGrafx, and I fucking loved that system for years and years, and I will die on the hill that the fucking TurboGrafx is one of the most underrated systems. The games that are out for that, like that system gave me my love for shmups. Like Blazing Lasers is just, Jesus Christ, that game is just a masterpiece, right? Like you fall in,
Lords of Thunder,
right? Like, oh dude, you fall
Lords
in love
of
with
Thunder,
shooters on that game.
Yeah.
And just, it was just this incredible experience. And it looked, right, like it looked in my eyes so much better than what Nintendo looked like. And you know, going back and looking at it now, like some of the games absolutely looked better than Nintendo games, but some of them were like, no, this is actually just kind of an NES system, and that's fine. But, you know, like I said, things like China Warrior, things like Splatterhouse, Legendary Axe, I just thought was this incredibly cool game that we did that, what, Chris, 2 years ago for the summer series? We went back and looked at Legendary Axe, I think 2 or 3 years ago.
It must have been. Yeah, it was a while ago.
We've gone back, and every time we return to TurboGrafx stuff, it's like, oh my God, this is just an incredible system. But then eventually, like I said, Street Fighter 2 came out. And as a kid growing up who's obsessed with kung fu movies, and then I had played, right? Like I had played the original Street Fighter in the arcade, and I was like, man, I could see there's a really cool idea here. This game is just fundamentally broken and really doesn't work very well. But man, if they ever get this right, this is going to be a big fucking deal. And then Street Fighter 2 came out, and it just changed the goddamn world. You know, video games are where they are now, largely in part to things like Street Fighter 2. And once that was going to be ported to a home console, it really, my only decision between like what's the next system I'm going to get. You know, I'm going to go out and I'm going to mow lawns and I'm going to do what I have to do to get a new video game system. What am I going to do? I'm going to get the one that can play Street Fighter the best. And that eventually ended up with the Super Nintendo. But like I was saying earlier, you know, going over to my cousin's house and seeing A Link to the Past really kind of cemented the fact that, like, that to me, that first opening sequence in A Link to the Past is the biggest watershed moment I've ever had in gaming. Like, I was a fundamentally different kid after playing through that game and experiencing that game, because the jump, like Chris was saying, that jump from 8-bit to 16-bit was so huge, and the level of emotion that I felt going through that original sequence in A Link to the Past is something that has really never been replicated. And I am, you know, on the show, Chris is the Nintendo guy, I am the Sony guy, because I am a Sony whore at this point, and very proud of it. I still play my Vita. You know what I mean? Like, I fucking love the Sony systems. But I've still never had an experience, for all the great things that I've had on on Sony platforms, I've never had an experience like that opening sequence in A Link to the Past where I was just like, fuck, things are different now.
All right, Dan, I have a question for you. I can't believe I've never asked this for you.
Oh my God, yeah.
All right. When you played A Link to the Past, did you know that there was more game after you got the third pendant?
Nope, I didn't.
Me neither.
Nope, I had no idea.
Wasn't that amazing?
Yeah,
Dude, that
like you beat
Oh my
Aghanim, and you're
God.
like, "Oh, cool! I guess I finished." This game's a little shorter than I imagined.
that's only happened to me twice. And the first time Link to the Past. The second time a game we've already talked about is Symphony of the Night.
Upside Down Castle.
Upside Down
I knew
Castle,
that's where
yeah.
you're going. Yes, that was incredible. We're in Clock Tower. Are you fucking kidding me? That shit's insane.
Yeah, dude. Like my cousin and I sat in his bedroom and we were upset that we had gotten to the point where we were like, fuck, the game's over? No, it's not. No, it's not. You have this entire...
You're not even
halfway done. And like...
Not even halfway.
Oh,
Yeah.
man, it's one of the things now where, like, you know, Chris and I have talked about this a bunch on our show. I don't know how you feel about it, Cade, but, like, Chris and I are kind of similar in that if there's a movie coming out, right? Like, the last Star Wars movie was the one we talked about the most. Star Wars Episode 9 is coming out. I already know that I want to go see it, right? So you don't need to show me trailers to get me hyped. It's a new Star Wars movie. I'm fucking excited. We watched, like, the first trailer... And then that was it. I don't want to see any more. I don't want to know any more about what's coming. I want to be surprised by these things. Because trying to get back to that feeling of Symphony of the Night, where you're like, are you fucking serious? This game that I love to pieces is I'm halfway through? You're giving me more of this? Fucking thank you. Jesus Christ, Igarashi. Thank you so much. Right, I know he's not the only one.
What came close to that for me?
On that game, but...
What came close to that for me was The Messenger.
The Messenger's the same way,
through The
yeah.
Messenger, and then all of a sudden it's like, and now it's a Metroidvania. Enjoy. And
Son of a bitch, this is incredible.
That was really cool.
You know, so...
That's a great...
yeah.
I'm super stoked about their new game, Sea of Stars,
Oh,
Sidetrack.
dude.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, that
Oh my
game.
god, there's so much Chrono Trigger in there, including the music. I
Yes.
can't freaking wait.
Yeah, I've posted about... I've preached that game enough. People who follow me are going to be like, shut the hell up. We get it. Sea of Stars is going to be dope. But I'm super
no,
stoked.
you don't get it. You don't get it. If you think dope is a strong enough word, you do not understand.
Yeah,
yeah.
Link to the Past, I remember not only was like, oh, the game keeps going, but I think it's pretty soon after you go to the Dark World. I can't remember exactly when someone talks to you and says that the seven sages or the seven princesses, whatever.
Yeah.
And you realize that there's not just 3 more dungeons, there's 7 more dungeons.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like,
And when they start talking about Ganon, like, no, Ganon's a thing.
yes.
No, it's just
yes.
like, oh shit, because I grew up watching the Mario Super Show, right? So it wasn't just Zelda 1 and 2. It was like, Ganon was the villain, right? Ganon was the thing. And once he starts getting talked about, like, no, Ganon's here, all right? He's not just some shadowy figure that stole the Triforce and blah, 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 and now you gotta fight Aghanim. No, you gotta face off against fucking Ganon.
Yes.
And, oh my god, that fight was
also,
incredible.
backtrack, I just looked up this game, China Warrior, on the TurboGrafx 16 because I've never heard of it.
Oh, really?
This looks amazing. I mean, it's like the old Kung Fu game, but like that
It's-
Kung Fu
that-
NES game.
That's what I'm saying, man.
But
Like, I
it's
loved
way
Kung
better.
Fu on the NES. I loved, like, fucking My Hero on the Master System, which is this fucking one-hit kill game with, like, a dude in a blue jumper. It's really weird. But I fucking love that game, too. But I love those side-scrolling, Kung Fu games. And then I saw China Warrior, and I was like, are you fucking kidding? This is incredible. This looks like a movie.
It certainly is an impressive looking game.
It's not the most
It's
fun
not
thing to play.
super fun to play.
But I didn't care because, like I said, growing
Look
up,
at the size of those sprites. That's
dude,
insanity.
as a little kid, growing up on the East Coast, the television channel that we got out of Philadelphia was Philadelphia 57.
Philly
57, man. And on Saturdays, Philly 57 showed WWF wrestling in the morning, back when it was still WWF. That's because I'm fucking old. And then they would show a Shaw Brothers Kung Fu movie, and then certain weeks it would be that Kung Fu movie would either be followed by like another Kung Fu movie, or it would be some kaiju shit like Ultraman or Godzilla or whatever. So I was a little kid. I'm fucking in heaven. You know what I mean? Like Saturday morning cartoons wrestling, kung fu, kaiju, like this is my shit. And then I see this China Warrior game. I'm like, oh my God, dude, like this looks like a Shaw Brothers film. You know, and if you go back and play it now, you're like, no, it really doesn't. But to like a 9-year-old, like that was mind blowing, man.
These sprites would have definitely blown my mind had I ever been exposed to this as a kid.
Oh my God, dude, I had to have it. And then Splatterhouse on top of that. Like I said, like Splatterhouse is just one of those games where I felt so cool to be able to introduce all of my neighborhood friends, because like a good East Coast, you know, middle class family, I grew up in a development, right? Other parts of the country call it a subdivision, but same basic idea. Bunch of houses, all look the same, fucking tiny boxes. You know, we all live here, and all my friends that went to school, I was like, yo, you got to come over and play this Splatterhouse game. Like it felt dangerous to be playing that game at such a young age. Like we were doing something we weren't supposed to be doing, because it looked like you know what I mean? Like,
oh yeah, because Splatterhouse 3 for me on the, I think it's Genesis.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
That's the only one I played, but I grew up really, really, really hard, like in a high demand is a nice way of saying a cult, like a really hardcore religion.
Sure,
we were very like anything, you know, demonic or whatever was like looked down upon. And I somehow got a hold of Splatterhouse because my parents weren't paying attention. And, it was like, I had this weird feeling of, this is evil, but also this is so cool I can't not play it. But I feel guilty because you know, and that opening level on Splatterhouse 3, you're like trying to save your wife, and then she ends up getting killed and eaten, and like ripped in half by the first monster, and then you put the mask already on, the mask starts talking to you, and it's like telling you about getting revenge and feel the anger.
So dope.
Oh,
such a dope game, dude.
Oh,
It's so
good, dude.
It's so, and like
so
that,
good.
That was the thing, like, you know, like I said, being born in 1980, right? That was the perfect time growing up, like Nightmare on Elm Street, Friday the 13th, all of those movies hit at a time where I wasn't allowed to watch them, but I have very distinct memories of sneaking around to the VCR in the front of my house. You know, my mom and I were living with my grandmother and my grandfather for a little while, and my mom was out at work, and my grandfather was like taking a nap, and my grandma was working a shift at the local diner. So I like snuck into the front room to watch. They had rented Friday the 13th part 3 or whatever. You know, the first one where I don't remember if it's that's the actual one where Jason gets his mask for the first time. But whatever one that was, I remember watching that movie as a little kid when I wasn't supposed to. So then I could get a video game of this character that looked like the thing I wasn't supposed to do. I had to have, like, I just had to have it, man.
Did either one of you, did your parents ever, because I remember, I don't know what year the ESRB ratings came out, but I know it was somewhere between Streets of Rage 2 and 3, because I own Streets of Rage 1 and 2. When Streets of Rage 3 came out, they had a rating system, and it was rated teen, and my parents said I couldn't have it. And I was like, but I have the first 2 games, and they're totally fine. I thought that would be justification. Okay. And they go, oh, really? And then they just took those 2 games away.
Oh, because, dude, that sucks.
Yeah, it backfired on me. So, but Splatterhouse for sure would have been, I mean, I can't remember, but like, did either one of you, your parents pay attention to that, or they just kind of like, it keeps them occupied? I don't care.
That's what it was for me, man. Like, you know, like my parents eventually, like I said, coming from a home of divorced parents, eventually my mom did end up getting remarried, and I didn't realize it at the time, right? And it's kind of a sad story, but you know, whatever. I didn't realize it, so it wasn't sad then. Once my mom got remarried, video games became the thing that she would invest in to separate me from the new family, which is that's fucking sad. But I didn't know it at the time because I had everything.
I get it. Both my parents were married previously, had kids, got married, had me. I'm the only kid. And when it comes to like, I was separated from my siblings too.
Yeah.
So I get it. Yeah,
you know, my mom would buy she didn't give a shit about whatever any rating was. It was just like Final Fantasy, 3 or whatever I was like, Mom, can I get this game? It's fucking 60 hours long. And in her mind, that was like 60 hours of babysitting. Off you go.
Yeah.
In my mind,
it's cheaper than a babysitter for 60 hours.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
But, in retrospect, it's kind of shitty. But yeah, like my parents were absolutely of that generation of parents who were like, I could not care any less about what this rating is. I'm going to get this for you because it's just going to distract you and keep you out of my hair so I can do whatever the fuck it is I want to do with my life.
Before we get back over to Chris, the next generation, is there anything on the SNES that he hasn't brought up that you remember sticking out?
Shit, man. Apart from Super Metroid, Link to the Past, Street Fighter 2, those were the things. I do remember being so excited to get Mortal Kombat and being so trying to rationalize to myself. That was the only time that I was jealous of my cousin who owned a Genesis.
I used to hold that shit over my friend's head. It's like, my shit got blood, bitches.
Dude,
that's the whole point.
You should.
My game played better.
Oh god, the SNES version of Mortal Kombat 1 is so much better. But that was
I'm the one goober that was super happy with my Super Nintendo version because I didn't care about the blood.
See, man,
what the fuck's wrong with me?
And again, Deptford Mall
Are you a
Arcade.
pacifist? Are you like a Buddhist or something? Are you a Dalai Lama? What's going on?
You know what? I love the art.
It's a weird podcast.
Yeah, no, I'm fucking boring. But no, I love, man, first time I saw Mortal Kombat in the arcade was just this life-changing experience, right? Because I walk into this, we went to this campground in Virginia, and they had an arcade at the campground. So that's naturally where I always was because I'm not an outdoor kid. I'm an indoor kid. So I go to the arcade, and this is the second or third year we had been there, and there was this new machine in the corner, and all these kids crowded around, and all I hear is this bang, 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 bang. Somebody had gotten to Goro, but I had never even heard of Mortal Kombat before. I go over there, and I'm like, what the fuck is this? And so I wade through the crowd, and I'm seeing Goro and all this blood flying everywhere. This is incredible. And so we spent all this time playing Mortal Kombat, me and my cousins, while we were on vacation. We came home, and we walked into the grocery store, and this was back when, in the little vestibule area in the front of the grocery store, you'd still find arcade games, right?
Yes.
And there was a Mortal Kombat machine there, and I asked my mom to play it, and she watched me play it, and she's like, you know that this kind of violence isn't cool in reality, right? I was like, yeah, Mom, look at it. This is ridiculous. And she's like, all right, as long as you know it, I trust you. And then, she bought me Mortal Kombat on Super Nintendo. Neither of us knew that it was censored until I got it home. But it only kind of bothered me because my character was Scorpion and my fatality was 100% intact in that game. So.
Yes. Yeah, the burning one. Let's take one more quick pee break because I got to pee. And then let's go back to, Chris, you probably jumped from Super Nintendo to PS1 because of Symphony of the Night, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember the years. Was that before or after N64 launched?
Oh, well, yeah. Let's do N64, PS1, and then that same era for Danny, and then probably start wrapping up. But I gotta pee.
Word.
Have fun.
Okay,
Live the dream.
Let's talk about All right, so you, Chris, you went Nintendo boy. So did you get the N64 first, and then you saw Symphony of the Night, or what was the order?
Well, after the Super Nintendo, I had to get Nintendo's 32-bit console, the Virtual Boy.
Oh, let's talk about that. You got one. You owned a Virtual Boy?
It's sitting right next to me. I have a Virtual Boy in the full 14-game US lineup.
I played Mario Tennis, and then there was a robot boxing game,
Telero Boxer.
Yes, those two games I thought the Virtual Boy's dope. My parents would not buy me one. They were expensive and whatever. But I would just go
go ahead.
I would just go to Toys R Us because they had a display one. And my mom, speaking of babysitting, there was some fabric bullshit next to Toys R Us in my town. And so she would just
go Joanne Fabrics or some shit?
Yeah, like a Joanne type shit. And so that was our thing. She'd go shopping. So you can go next door and I would just play the display shit. And I would play Virtual Boy for hours because no one was there. So it's I would just play through the whole. I played a lot of Mario Tennis, and I think I beat that boxing game. I remember getting really far.
Teller Boxer is freaking cool, man. So I was this is one of the many reasons I love my mom so damn much. I was like internal, like that was the thing that I was good at, was being the Nintendo guy, right? That's what people knew me as, or at least that's the persona I had built up in my head. Well, my neighbor was going to get the Virtual Boy like the day after it came out. And he was like, my mom's buying it for me this weekend. And I was like, Mom, I can't have this kid get the Virtual Boy for me because I'm the Nintendo guy. You got to bring me to Toys R Us the day it launches. And like, she looked at me and she could tell how much it meant to me, and she actually fucking did it. She actually brought me to Toys R Us, and I was there. I think I was the only one there getting it day one, but I was there. I got my Virtual Boy day one. And I love it. I love the thing. I used to bring it over to my friend's house, and we would take turns playing it. Mario's Tennis is great. Teller Box is great. Virtual Boy Wario Land is incredible. I love the original Mario Brothers arcade game. When you jump on underneath the turtles and then go kick them down. Mario Clash is basically like a 3D style update to that. It's a really good game. The library for Virtual Boy is tiny, and they're not like these amazing works of art, with the exception of Virtual Boy Wario Land, which is legitimately a phenomenal 2D platformer. But the rest of the library is pretty interesting and decent stuff. You mentioned Retronauts before. Jeremy Parrish does a whole series, the Works series on YouTube, and he covered the whole Virtual Boy library. If you ever want to know anything about Virtual Boy games, that's a good Planet one. Virtual Boy is a great website, and Jeremy Parrish's Virtual Boy Works series on YouTube is a really cool game by game breakdown of the Virtual Boy. But yeah, I adored that thing. But really, even at that time, I knew what was actually coming next was the Ultra 64. And that was like, that was where my hype lived, was the Nintendo Ultra 64. And we're seeing the prototype pictures in Nintendo Power. I remember seeing Killer Instinct in the arcade and being like, coming soon to the Nintendo Ultra 64. And like, oh, this is incredible. Like, I could not wait for the Ultra 64. Then it was the Nintendo 64, and I got that VHS tape in the mail, right? I don't know how I got it, because I wasn't a Nintendo Power subscriber, but I started getting those VHS tapes. Like, I got the Donkey Kong Country one. Oh, I can't believe I skipped over Donkey Kong Country and gushing about the Super Nintendo. Donkey Kong Country was another thing that completely changed my world. But when I got that N64 tape and I saw Super Mario 64, Pilot Wing 64, and Star Wars Shadows of the Empire, I was like, oh my God. Like, because I had seen PlayStation stuff, but I always like kind of brushed it off, because I was totally living in Nintendo's hype, where they were like, nah, man, we got Super Nintendo games, and you don't need to buy a new system to buy the coolest new games. You can play Killer Instinct on your Super Nintendo. And I bought into that hype because I'm a sucker. But Super Mario 64, like, I had seen stuff on PlayStation and never been all that impressed, because I didn't like the way polygonal games looked. But Mario 64 looked like, Mario 64 was something else, man. That game still looks totally good. Unique on that system. Yes. It's still the best, just about the best looking game on the platform. It was the first game released for it. And Pilot Wing 64, like, wasn't the prettiest game, but I was obsessed with Pilot Wings on Super Nintendo, and I couldn't believe they were making a sequel. And then seeing Shadows of the Empire, like, they showed off the swoop bike level, and you're flying around on that thing, and they showed off like tying up the AT-ATs. It was like, oh my God, this is amazing. And then they had that cool little montage at the end where they show stuff that never came out, like Kirby's Air Ride, which would eventually become a GameCube game. Kirby Air Ride was a totally different animal, but it was that was just nuts. And I needed to have one, but I was still too young to have like a proper job, and like my parents didn't give me allowance or anything because we didn't have very much in the way of money. But my parents paid attention to the shit that really mattered to me, and I couldn't wrap my head around the fact that I could even get an N64. But I came home from school and the day the system launched, and I had no idea this was happening, right? But I knew the GameCube was launching, or not, the N64 was launching, because I was obsessed with all this stuff. I walk in the door, I put down my backpack, and my mom's standing in the kitchen, and she's got a Super Mario 64 t-shirt on.
Oh, your mom is a thug. Hell yeah.
I was like,
hell yeah.
Where did you get that shirt? And she was like, oh, I got it when I pre-ordered your N64. Get in the car, we're going to Toys R Us.
Oh, shit!
I could not believe that shit. She gave me the shirt like the next day. She put it in the laundry like, this is yours now. You can have this Mario 64 shirt. And I took my N64 home and my copy of Mario 64, and I was the happiest kid in the world. That was unbelievable. Like, my mom never got video games. She still doesn't get them, but she always understood what they meant to me. I knew my mom loved soap operas. Right. And I didn't understand that shit, but I kind of I get it. That's a big, long story. You like good storytelling. Mom, you got to watch me play Ninja Gaiden. And she fucking did. She sat on my bed in my bedroom and she watched me play Ninja Gaiden and watched all those cutscenes, which are totally awesome, but in retrospect, that story's bananas.
Yeah. It's not the most cogent storytelling ever.
Like, it's completely fucking nuts, but she understood why I loved it as much as I did. And when she did shit like going out of her way, coming up with the money to buy me a stupid fucking Virtual Boy the day it launched so that I could have it before my other friends, because it meant so much to me to be the Nintendo guy. To have the foresight to pre-order an N64 secretly, then be wearing the shirt when I came home from school, that was unbelievable. And I hope to be half as good to my kids as my parents were to me.
I feel emotional hearing that story. That's and probably because I have kids, but like, that's badass, dude.
Right, dude, that's the way to
how
do
old
it,
are your
right?
Kids?
Yeah, that's like,
Right,
damn,
that's-
I'm like tearing up. Like, I have kids. I hope I can, be aware enough. They're probably not, my girls are probably not going to be into video games like I was, but yeah, just, you have to be aware, even if you don't get it, you have to be aware of like what makes your kid tick and what is the world for them, and you got to meet them there. And that's good parenting, man.
How old are your kids?
Plus,
Yeah,
cheers
how
to
old
your
are your
mom.
kids?
Plus 10 internets to your mom. That's awesome.
yes, plus 10 in a minute. I'll make sure that she knows that.
I had a semi-similar experience. They made me, my dad is very, well, that's besides the point. For the Genesis, they made me earn I think they told me like $70. If you earn $70, we'll make up the difference. I don't even remember what the Genesis launched at, but it took me like a year and a half to earn that money. But they bought me Sonic the Hedgehog 2 before I had the money. So
no
I would
shit.
just,
wow.
I would just sit and look at the box. Speaking, you talked about box art. And that's one of the things, because we kind of got sidetracked, I wanted to talk about how important box art, cases, the pamphlet, and the title screen were to me as a kid.
Oh, yeah.
That was all
title screens.
The title screens were like the opening. I used to like rent games and be like, I would think about like, what's the title screen going to be like? Because I would get excited about, and the box art, and you'd read every little word in every pamphlet and the back of the
Read
box.
the instruction manual
Yes.
on the way home. I used to bring my Super Mario Brothers and Zelda instruction manuals to grade school for like my reading. Like, bring a book from home. Like, what are you reading? The instructions to Super Mario Brothers? Do something.
Yeah, so my parents, like, they met me probably way more than halfway for the Genesis, but I remember finally earning the money. It was in a shoebox that I was like, I colored Genesis controllers and pictures and Sonic all over the shoebox, and I'd put my money in it. I finally get it. And then that was the last time. They did give me a PlayStation pretty early speaking of 64, I don't think it was launch, but your mom was smart to pre-order it, because I remember I wanted one whenever the next closest Christmas was to the launch. I can't remember the date. 64 probably launched in the fall, right?
96.
Yeah, let's do Nintendo.
Nintendo 64 came out in September of 96 in North America. So that Christmas, it was the item.
It was
they
the
were
item.
impossible to get.
And I remember getting it and my mom being like, later, you don't understand how hard it was to get this shit. Like, you better be good. And basically, there was a kid in my neighborhood who worked at Babbage's that my mom paid under the table extra money to bump me and get the N64. And then the third time that happened was, I remember being at Toys R Us, or actually it was called before FYE, I think it was Media Play was the chain of video game stores, whatever. They had Einhander on the PS1, the Squaresoft's like side show.
Ooh, wow.
Yes.
That's a good game.
And I was playing it. My mom was shopping. I just played the game and I was like, damn, Mom, this game is good. And she goes, go get it. I'll buy it for you. And something about like the randomness of like, it wasn't Christmas. It wasn't like, and I've told my mom this later, like, you probably don't even remember. She's like, I don't even remember buying that game. But for me, like, I still get emotional thinking about it. It was something about my mom just randomly being like, you know what? Go get that game. Go find it, and I'll buy it for you. And it was such a big deal to me. Such a big deal to me. And she doesn't even remember it. And it's just weird. It's just weird how that, your mom was very aware. And that's awesome.
I thank you.
Yeah, your mom's badass.
I appreciate
that's
my
a great
mom,
story.
especially now that I have kids. She watches my kids all the time. She sits through, like, my son is such a weird little mini me, and he just recently became totally obsessed with Mario RPG. And so when my mom watches the kids, which is like considerably less now with COVID, and she's getting older, but like she comes over and watches the kids once a week, and John sat her down and played the Mario RPG soundtrack to her and explained the whole game, and she sat there and listened. Well, yes, this is a saint.
I remember trying to explain to my dad, we were watching Final Fantasy Advent Children, because he was always sort of, which has been bonkers, but he was always interested in keeping up with like video game graphics, because he liked special effects in movies.
Sure.
He kind of,
oh, well, there you
right?
go.
So he would always kind of like come check my games out and basically shit on them, like, they don't got this wrong, and you got pop in, and this is blurry, and like, they're not there yet. It was never good enough for him. But I remember being super stoked to show him Advent Children, because it was like, this is CG and I knew he wasn't aware of this nerdy stuff, so for him it would be something he'd never seen before. And trying to explain to him the plot of Final Fantasy VII and how it connects to Advent Children, and I still remember his face, just like, I love you, kid, but what the fuck are you talking about?
And the answer is, I don't know. Nobody knows. This does not make sense.
Yeah, dude, that's good shit.
It's so fun now, because like my daughter will do the same thing, because like I said, my kids being 11, they're like their own people now. So my daughter, both of them, as they're playing like these Roblox games, or they'll come like, can you download this thing on my iPad? I'm like, yeah, sure. Does it cost anything? No, it's free. Fuck it. You can have as many free games as you want. Right. So like they'll download and they'll get super obsessed with this shit, and they'll come down and they'll start talking to me about it. And like, even for me, who has been playing video games forever, they start talking, and I just go right into like parent mode, and I'm like, kid, I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about, but I appreciate your passion, and if you go pick up the dog shit out of the backyard, I will buy you Robux, because fuck it, you need to learn a little bit about like, goods and services and shit, but like, I support your obsession with this game, and I'm happy to be a part of it.
Yeah, that's I don't know anything about Roblox. My kids, I know it's popular because I see like music videos and a lot of producers, and I see it referenced all the time, and I look at them like, so Minecraft 2.0?
Dude,
like what is this?
And that's the fucking craziest thing about who we were as kids and gamers versus like what our kids are like now. My daughters don't listen to music, right? Like, I have 11-year-old girls. Theoretically, they should be super fucking excited about the new Taylor Swift record that just came out last week. I'm super excited about the new Taylor Swift record that came out, because Taylor Swift is fucking great. And I tried to play it for him, and I was like, girls, do you like this? And they were like, no, not so much, but let me show you a song that I like that is something that a fan wrote about Five Nights at Freddy's. And I'm like, what the fuck is the world that we live in now, where the music that my kids listen to are like fan songs about video game franchises that they're into, or like things that happen in Roblox get turned into songs and then get thrown up on YouTube and have millions of views. It's just it's a completely different fucking world from when we were kids.
That's a good point. I'm just thinking in real time as you brought this up. I haven't really had this thought before, but it's like, Chris, you were talking about earlier about looking at the box art and then filling in the gaps between your imagination and what you actually saw on screen. And that was a big part of my childhood too. And seeing as the graphics got better, like, oh, this is what I imagined in my head. But now they're getting closer and closer to like the dope scenes that I would imagine in my head based off the gameplay and the box art. But there wasn't peripheral. Like, if you were way into the Ninja Gaiden universe, or you're way into the Zelda universe, there was no internet, there was no fan base, there was no community, there were no mods, there were no hacks, there was no fan music. But now, if you get into Roblox, you can go all the way down that rabbit hole and forget everything else. And there's a whole community around any franchise, around any world, around any lore, around any IP. If it's the one that tickles your fancy, there's a rabbit hole that goes infinitely deep for that particular IP, which we had just way less access to cool shit.
We really did. And you're so right on that, man. Like there is stuff now that my kids will bring to me, and I'm like, man, I would have fucking killed for communities like this when I was a kid. Like, if there could have been a Wild Arms community, like when I was a kid, or fucking like shit popping up around Blasto, like I'd have been all about that, you know? And now it's just every little thing has all of this stuff, and what's fascinating to me about it is the inspired creativity that comes from that. Like, one of my daughters has notebooks full of characters that she wants to put in video games, because so much of what she plays are video games made through Roblox, like using that as a creation platform. Like now for little kids, like it's something that they can legitimately see themselves getting into. Like it's kind of what we were talking about earlier. You know, when the PlayStation 1 came out and games were becoming more adult, I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that the people who were making games at that time were kids who grew up playing video games. So now the adults that were making the games were gamers, you know, versus, and I could be totally wrong. Yes. I don't know about that.
I bet there's probably some teeth to that argument. Because if you think about like the earliest games pre-NES, you have Pong, you have, I know when Brett Weiss was on and that other guy 16-bit, they went over like this crazy period where there was something like 50-something consoles in a 13-year period before the NES. Yeah. There was a lot of shit. All those kids are probably the ones that got into games and making games. They probably are adults around PS1, PS2 time.
Yeah, and, you know what I mean? Like, you look at it like Miyamoto did not grow up playing video games the way like David Jaffe grew up playing video games.
Yes.
You know, and
that's a good point.
That's huge, right? Like the impact that has on this hobby and on this entertainment form, like that is just a gigantic thing. So naturally you see that progression. And now when we have things like Super Mario Maker, where legitimately anybody can go in and make Mario levels, or you have something like RPG Maker where anybody can go in and as wackadoo as your story gets, you can put it out there into the world and people can consume it and develop fan bases around it and develop modifications for it and all of these things. It's just, it's almost getting back into like Wild West territories as far as like creativity is concerned, which I think personally is awesome. It also leads to a lot of shit, but that's okay. Like, it is what it is.
Yep. Fine. Yeah. So I think we're on you now. Chris, is there anything left in 64 PS1 that you really want to talk about? I mean, the PS1 for me, do either one of you guys get into JRPGs by chance?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So,
I mean, Chrono Trigger, Super Nintendo, Chrono Trigger was really the one that
it's number 2.
Got me there.
Number 2 for me out of all JRPGs, and number 1 soundtrack. The reason why I ask, I don't want to get too far into it because I always go off on JRPGs, and I think the people that listen to it are probably like, but I do want to do a JRPG specific episode, like an all-star based on guests that have been on the podcast before, like a panel, and we go through JRPGs. If you guys are, I mean, I don't know how deep down the JRPG. You mentioned Wild Arms, which is a pretty deep cut, so that's what kind of, which is kind of like, okay, this brother might know his shit because Wild Arms is yeah. But Chris, before we go to Danny, anything left on the PS1 and N64 that really stands out to you?
Oh, definitely. I mean, so I'm obsessed with getting the N64. I get it. It's like Super Mario 64 is like my dream thing, but I keep noticing, well, this isn't. Where's the rest of it? You know, like the game lineup is so light. And like I said before, I finally went to get a PlayStation because of Castlevania, and then it opened up this whole crazy world of like, oh shit, well now there's all this new stuff for me to get my hands on. And I remember, I mean, there was that one period of time where Metal Gear Solid and Ocarina of Time came out sort of close to each other, and those were like just two of the best games ever made. And like I remember Metal Gear. I was working at FuncoLand at that point. I got a job at FuncoLand, and Metal Gear Solid's coming out, and everyone's buying it like this. It's this brand new thing. I'm like, you don't know Metal Gear? Like, I'm amazed by this because they made a new Metal Gear game after all these years, and everyone's like, I don't know, I never played Metal Gear on the Nintendo. I was like, no, there's an NES game, Metal Gear, and there's a weird sequel called Snake's Revenge that's weird because he's wearing orange, but it's really
it's
cool
still
stuff.
cool. You should play it.
And you get playing Metal Gear Solid, and they're bringing up Gray Fox and Outer Heaven, and I'm like, oh my god, like this is a sequel to Metal Gear. This is incredible. And just listening to the genuinely good voice acting of that game, like,
really.
That was insane. You had never heard that before. And then, of course, Ocarina of Time, me being the Zelda fanatic, getting to see, like, oh, this is what Ganon was like before he was a pig monster. Like, oh my god, getting to play as, like, real grown-up Link and getting into 3D fights, and that whole ending sequence is still just incredible. I played through that with my kid, too. John and I were playing through all the Zelda games in the order of release at his request, and we got to the ending of Ocarina of Time. It was just... that still holds up so incredibly well. But honestly, when I think of the PlayStation era, right behind that PlayStation N64, right behind that and Ocarina of Time and Metal Gear Solid is when I took a week off of work to play Chrono Cross. Because
we're getting into my world now.
I'm probably not going to be as deep into it as Dan, because it took me a long time to get into JRPGs to begin with, right? Because I could never get into Final Fantasy or Dragon Warrior. I tried, and I have a lot of nostalgia for like NES Dragon Warrior in particular. Like, its music is really cool, but it wasn't until Chrono Trigger that I got it. It clicked with me, and then I went back and did Final Fantasy 3 and Super Mario RPG. It came out after that, and I really enjoyed that because that's also a really great starter RPG. I just realized playing through that with my
it's
son.
Awesome.
But,
it's awesome.
When Chrono Trigger was just such an obsession for me, and I had never seen Dragon Ball at that point either, right? So I didn't get the whole Toriyama thing, but Chrono Trigger is such a miraculous coming together of all these amazing personalities in the video game universe, and then the soundtrack, the visuals, the story. I had adored that game. So when a sequel was coming out, I use that word very loosely for the PlayStation, and I'm watching that CG cutscene and that amazing. What is it called? The something of time, the theme song to Chrono Cross with that amazing violin and flute playing with each other. That's just, it just sounds like it's crying, and it's so good. It's gorgeous, and all this CG stuff looks really cool, and I can't wait to get it. And I got it home, and I played it for a fucking week, and I wish I liked that game more than I did, because the soundtrack's incredible. And personally, I think that is like the biggest divide I've ever seen as far as like actual game quality and soundtrack quality, because the soundtrack is the toppest of top tier, but the game itself got caught in that situation of, well, we're just going to give you all these playable characters, and therefore none will have real personality. And when I unlocked Glenn as one of those characters, and I'm like, oh my god, I'm playing as Glenn in this alternate reality. Where's the Chrono Trigger tie-in? When am I going to see aspects of his personality that explain more of who Frog was? And it just isn't there, because the writing for those characters became so generic, because they had to make it so that Glenn and Fungi would both make sense in all of these different positions, because there's 40 some odd playable characters in the game.
Something like that.
And it just, it really lost a lot of its personality, and playing through half the game as Lynx instead of Sergei. Like, I liked playing as Sergei, and because the same reason I liked playing as Chrono. I love that silent protagonist in JRPGs, because you just kind of put yourself in that role, and then all the characters around you are what make the story. So in the brief period of time when Chrono's dead and you're playing as Magus, like, well, that's really neat, but at the end of the day, I like being this character that is this kind of blank slate that's me, and watching the rest of the characters fill in all of the actual, like, the real personality that's been written. And outside of Kid, who is an astounding character, Kid is great, there isn't that other character in there that's like, really memorable. And I barely remember anybody outside of Kid, Lynx, and a little bit of Harley. Like, there wasn't enough personality there. I liked the allocating system. That was pretty neat, but I wound up spending more time allocating spells and stuff before a fight than actually playing the damn fights. And I think I got all the way up to like almost the very end, and I eventually just gave up because I wasn't having fun. And that game really kind of broke my heart. But boy, does it have a good soundtrack.
Great soundtrack. I hated the freaking guitar player character. I thought he was so lame.
Oh my god, I forgot all about. Oh, was he the one who sang that? Did he sing a song in that game?
He probably did. I just remember being like,
holy shit.
I had the same thing. This isn't really directly connecting to Chrono Trigger, and this guitar guy is just so lame. I'm like, ugh.
Wow.
Yeah, I love JRPGs, but a lot of people disagree with me. I didn't like Chrono Cross.
It's not great.
It's not a great game.
Yeah.
I wish it was,
good,
but it's not.
But it was fucking impossible. That you can't follow up Chrono Trigger. Like, you just can't. That game is perfect. Anything you're going to make afterwards.
Have you played Crimson Skies? The fan ROM hack? That's like
that. I have not.
It's not.
I haven't played that.
It's not Chrono Trigger. Like, I'm not going to say it's as good as Chrono Trigger, but they just take all the assets from the original game and they like remix them and create like a story. It's full like 35, 40 hours, and it bridges the gap between Chrono Trigger and Chrono Cross. And it's as a fan game, I thought it was better than Chrono Cross. It's not as good as Chrono Trigger, but if you want like an actual sequel that maybe scratches that itch, it's really easy to find. You just download it. It's like you just play it's like a regular zip file. You just open your emulator with it. It's 99% done, but it's not, I mean, you can't follow up. You're right. You can't really follow up Chrono Trigger, but you can it's almost like the dessert. It's like a nice little dessert for the end of the game. Yeah.
See, now I hold that you can follow up Chrono Trigger, right? Because I've seen things that you can't follow up before, and then they follow them up, and you're like, well, shit, that happened. Like, how do you follow up A Link to the Past, right? And they did. Yeah, it's that kind of stuff can be done with the right people behind it. And the problem is getting the right people behind it, because that was Chrono Trigger was a once in a lifetime melding of personalities, right? Those people aren't going to get together to make a new game, but that's not to say that nobody could do it. And it's absurd to me that Square is sitting on that property and not doing anything with it other than coughing up shitty mobile ports that look like trash. And when there's still more there's still more to do, right? It's about time travel. At the end of the game, Magus is out looking for Shala, right? And I know they had that kind of weird little Shala follow-up thing in the DS version of Chrono Trigger, but I didn't really like that all that much. And it just seemed so truncated and like hopeless. And I want to know more about these characters. I want to go to more locations. They have a freaking time machine, for crying out loud.
It is infinitely possible.
Right? And Chrono Cross was such a good idea. Like, all right, instead of time travel, now we're doing like multi-dimensional stuff and like really playing on the idea that a Chrono Trigger is a physical object that is pure potential. And like that Sergei was a living Chrono Trigger effectively was an interesting concept. It was such a great idea, but it just wasn't a good game. And having ideas like that, I mean, even like looking at Toriyama's other work, like looking at something like Dragon Ball, right? Like, you look at the progression of that, like, well, where do they go from here? And somehow they wind up going places that still surprise me after all these years. I find that fascinating. Yeah. And I do think that a proper sequel to Chrono Trigger is something that can be done. I think that a proper remake of Chrono Trigger is something that should be done.
Oh, 100%.
And everybody should be able to play that game.
100%. They should absolutely.
And I say proper. I still hold that they should take the engine that they use for fucking Dragon Ball Fighter Z, use that visual engine and make Chrono Trigger that looks like that. But yeah, that's my PlayStation era.
That game does look. That's the first time Dragon Ball Z the cartoon felt like it was truly captured in a game.
100% agree. Absolutely.
And I love part of the reason I love Chrono Trigger and Dragon Ball Z is Dragon Ball Z is the only time, other than Ocarina of Time, there's only two things in my life that have ever forced me to wake up at 4:30 in the morning. One was to watch Dragon Ball Z on channel 15 Sunday mornings. Was the only time that shit was ever aired at like 5:30. And then two, I was so in love with Ocarina of Time, I would try to get playtime in before school, which was 7:45. So I'd wake up at like 4:35. I would get like 2 hours in of Ocarina of Time before school.
Nice.
So yeah, I definitely feel those with feel that with you. The Chrono, I don't know how you guys feel about the Final Fantasy VII remake. I loved it for about 6 hours, and then I realized this is bullshit and this is trash. But the opening sequence when they do the Midgar fly through and like Midgar's redone, and it's like they're changing things, but they're also giving like homage to the original, and there's all these Easter eggs, and then the logo comes up and the theme hits. I legitimately started crying, like tearing up. It was just like the nostalgia.
Me too,
the
man.
nostalgia hit me like a dopamine rush in my brain. I felt like I was on ecstasy. I was like, this is awesome. And then 6 hours later, I was like, Square, you fucking assholes. You assholes.
That's what I mean by a proper remake. Don't fuck with it. It's perfect. Just make it look modern. Because it already plays perfect. It already plays like unbelievably well. Just make it look like it's animated. Just take what you can visually do. You don't have to fix the script. You don't have to change almost anything of it. Just take that exact game and remake. Do to Chrono Trigger what people have been asking you to do for Final Fantasy VII for decades. Just remake the game. Don't remake the game. Take that game and make it pretty.
You got to fucking DuckTales remastered it. That's
yes.
It.
Yes, that's a great example. Or Way Forward's remake of Wonder Boy.
Yep.
It's like also a great example. Like they're not reinventing the wheel.
That was Lizard Cube.
Lizard Cube, sorry. Isn't that published by Way Forward? Maybe I'm
Dotemu.
You're probably right. Wonder Boy.
I obsessed over that game. That Wonder Boy the Dragon's Trap, that remake is astonishing.
Yes, it's really
and the fact
good.
that you can switch back and forth
between the
graphics, old style back and forth, that's
so
amazing to me.
But that's all they need.
So
that's
good.
all they need to do for Chrono Trigger. And like I totally get what you're saying about the Final Fantasy VII remake, because I love it. We had talked about on the podcast like 4 or 5 years ago. I was like, if they fucking announce a Final Fantasy VII remake, $200, no problem. I will fucking spend that happily. And apparently that's about what we're going to have to fucking to get this whole thing. Because I was the same way, man. Like, that was my entry into the next generation of gaming, because like after the TurboGrafx and the Super Nintendo and like going to my cousin's house to play the Genesis and like there was one kid in my development who had everything, and this kid had a Neo Geo as well. So like I would go to his house, like, dude, you're the fucking like Richie Rich, man. Like, this is fucking nuts. Like, how do you have this? Go and play in like fucking World Heroes and Final Fight and shit, and just like, oh my god, this is amazing. But then I kind of fell out of video games for a little while because I got interested in, the DIY punk mentality of like, oh, I'm going to go fucking be a DIY punk and, start like the fucking punk band and, skateboarder kid and like all of that shit. And it wasn't until walking through the mall and seeing the Leviathan summon in Final Fantasy VII for the first time in that demo that I was like, oh my God, are you fucking kidding me? Like this, I have to get a PlayStation. I have to experience what this is, because I adored Final Fantasy when I was a kid, like playing it up from the NES, playing, Final Fantasy 3 or 6, depending on if you want to be the fucking whatever about
it. Snob. Yeah.
Like that game is just incredible. And then seeing Final Fantasy VII for the first time, it was like, all right, well, that's my decision made. Like, I'm a Sony kid from this point forward, because this is where I can play this game. And as ugly as Final Fantasy VII now, you go back and look at it like objectively.
It sucks balls. Yeah.
It's ugly as
aesthetically.
shit.
Yeah.
But I love it.
Minus the backgrounds. I would actually say.
Yeah, the backgrounds are gorgeous.
Yes.
You know,
if you squint in HD, they don't hold up super well.
Fuck you.
Well, yes, but there's the NVIDIA. I get like way into mods and shit. There's this NVIDIA mod where they use like AI upscaling to upscale the original backgrounds, and they're 4K, but the AI is like perfect. It looks like you can't even tell. It's like the original backgrounds in 4K, and you realize, oh, these were composed really well. Like the shots are really cinematic. Like there's a lot of detail in them. It's just when you actually play them on a modern resolution, they're so pixelated. They weren't made to be seen with that fidelity, and so you have to upscale them for it to feel good. On a CRT with scan lines, then it kind of still looks pretty good. I don't know. It's still, you could argue that it doesn't look good even in that case. But yeah, Final Fantasy VII. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, sorry. Like that was the thing. Like Final Fantasy VII was still that thing that we were talking about earlier of like, this is the bridge between reality and what my imagination is, because the reality of like what the sprites look like, the terribly polygonated sprites, into those beautiful cutscenes and battle scenes, you know, was like, oh my God, this is the leap. This is that generational power creep that is just so incredible. And like, I was so blown away by that. And then the following year after Final Fantasy VII was fucking Metal Gear Solid. And I mean, that game, like we talked about it a little bit, but I mean, my God, like if there is ever an argument for games as art, like I throw Metal Gear Solid up on the top of that pile of games as art. That is a vision and just a revelation as to what video games could become versus what they were. Because I was a huge Metal Gear fan when I was a kid. It was so fucking cool. Like growing up in the 80s, who didn't want to be Rambo? Who didn't want to be fucking Schwarzenegger? You know what I mean? Like this, I got Commando and Rambo and all this shit put together. I'm a fucking super spy, but a badass soldier. This game's awesome. You know, and again, giant fucking robots, you know, because it was the 80s. And then you get to Metal Gear Solid, and it was like, this is fucking smart. You know, like as a 16, 17-year-old kid playing that game, I was like, this is fucking smart. Not everybody's going to get this, you know, and it was like, it was just that, again, like they're so, in my mind anyway, there are so few and far between those watershed moments in gaming, right? Like A Link to the Past is a watershed moment. Metal Gear Solid is a watershed moment. Fucking God of War is a watershed. Things are different after those games come out. And then after playing through Metal Gear Solid and just being blown away by the depth of the story and just how fucking cool that game was. Like that was just, it was cool. Being able to then jump into all of the weird shit that I liked when I was a little bit younger, and like all of the weird Japanese influence stuff and all of the crazy things they were doing on the PlayStation. I was just like, this is an incredible console, you know? And like you were saying, I fell in love with JRPGs, and I didn't finish half of what I played because, you know, at 16, 17 years old, I got a job. I got a girlfriend. I'm playing in a band. I'm doing all these other things, and I'm trying to finish Vagrant Story at the same time. You know, certain things like jump in and take precedence and whatnot. But like, there were so many great games that appealed to who I was at that point. Like, I will still put down that Front Mission 3 is one of the best RPGs of all time. Right?
Amazing.
That game fucking
you are the only person
away.
to ever bring that game up. You're the first person to ever bring that game up.
And that's podcast. A fucking shame. Like, for Front Mission 3.
That game is awesome.
Oh my God, that game fucking blows me away. Like, that game is just incredible. And there were so many cool games. Like I said, the Wild Arms series, like Wild Arms 1 and 2 are just these incredible games. And the PlayStation then had this convergence that was just perfect for me of going from this punk rock kid, you know, fell out of video games and fell back in with, you know, Final Fantasy and then seeing Metal Gear Solid, and I was like, all right, this is cool, and it's this really mature adult storytelling without being like, it's not just a violent game, it's just adult storytelling, and there's all these RPGs, and then Tony Hawk's Pro Skater comes out, and I'm like, fuck, well, that's just me and my friends, this is incredible, and now I was hooked, and Chris and I have talked about it on our show a few times, and I usually fall to the Super Nintendo being the best system of all time, but like you said, there is that argument for the PlayStation being the best system of all time. There are just those moments on that system that, I mean, shit, I don't know that are ever going to be replicated at this point.
Do you know anyone or any podcast, because you guys seems like you guys have been writing, that have really covered, or has anyone done any deep work on how Metal Gear Solid came to be? Because there was no predecessor for that. There was no blueprint for that game. And I've always wondered, like, how did that game even come to be? Because it's like, there's never been anything even remotely close to it before Metal Gear Solid.
I would argue that Metal Gear 1 and 2 are... Metal Gear Solid really feels like an evolution of those two games. Like, there was that big communication aspect, and the first Metal Gear Solid largely plays like it's a top-down game, just like the original ones. It was
true.
Thought about totally differently than what most people thought about doing. Like, well, I'm going to make this old game and now make it 3D. And most people didn't approach it the same way Kojima did, but he approached it like, I'm going to do what I always thought of. It's just a really cinematic version of what you did in Metal Gear and Metal Gear 2.
That's a good point. A big chunk of the gameplay, now that you bring it up, I was thinking of cutscenes and like the story and the cinematics, but the actual gameplay part is essentially top down most of the time, or maybe like a certain angle.
It really is a modern. It's if you really just break it down. I don't know if you've ever played Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake, because it was an MSX game, but it did get pumped on some PlayStation discs over the years. But even just look at the real evolution of Metal Gear to Metal Gear 2 to Metal Gear Solid, which was effectively the third Metal Gear game. There's a real through line on the gameplay. Like, it's a genuine evolution of those two things, and it's what Kojima always said was like Metal Gear Solid was what he wanted to do with those games. It just was limited by technology, and he was able to do it. And it is a fascinating study. It's also fascinating when you throw in Metal Gear Solid, the Game Boy Color game in there, which is placed like a bastard child between the NES Metal Gear and the PlayStation Metal Gear Solid, and it's a really ridiculously good game.
It really is.
But yes, super interesting stuff. The games, it's the games that took what the original games did and then made them modern, like Symphony of the Night and Metal Gear Solid, which is funny. They're both from Konami. Yeah. Or even Ocarina of Time, which really took what Zelda games were and then put that in 3 dimensions, as opposed to stuff like Mega Man Legends, which effectively had to just not make a Mega Man game to make 3D Mega Man, or Castlevania 64 that just doesn't feel like Castlevania, it's just in 3D. Those ones I just don't think worked as well as the ones who looked at what made the original games tick, instead of just saying, well, we need to make a new game that's 32-bit, not we need to make a new game that's 3D.
Right.
Yeah.
For the sake of being 3D.
Well, I was just giving one quick thing to go back to you. Because we got to, you might hate me, but Mega Man Legends 2 is my favorite Mega Man game of all time.
It's fucking
I would never
great.
hate anyone for that.
It's great.
I've never been able to get into them as much as the old ones, but like you have to admit they're an intrinsically different animal from anything that came before it, and that's cool. I love that they went that route. I hated it at the time, but that's because I was an idiot back then. I look at it now and say, I can't get into this, but I greatly appreciate this, because those two games, Legends 2 and Tron Bond, those are some of the best looking PS1 games.
Oh, they're great.
And it's because they played to the system's strength. They still look good in ways that most other games in that generation did not. Now, those games don't speak to my sensibilities because they don't play up on what I loved about Mega Man. But I would never fault anybody for loving those games. That's outstanding.
Yeah, no, and yeah, what I was going to say was, like, I look at, the stuff that Kojima does is, I think it's very comparable to, like, directors, right? Like, there are thousands of people that make movies. And then there's Stanley Kubrick, who makes movies in just a completely different way. Like, he's doing essentially the same thing. He has a camera and film and actors, and all of the pieces are the same. But the thing that comes out of that is so very, very different, right? And when you look at Kojima games, it's what he was able to do with Metal Gear games. He's just a different cat, man. Like, he is a dude. Like, if there was one dream interview that we could have for the Stone Age Gamer, mine would be Kojima, because I would love to be able to talk to that dude and really really try and understand what the process was and how he was able to get where he got with those games, because they are top-down adventure games. Like, that had been done time and time again, but what he was able to do with those same exact pieces was just so very, very different. It's very similar to how I feel about Death Stranding. Like, now, I understand that game is not for everybody. I thought it was fucking brilliant. You know, like, I've never played a game that was so intentional and purposeful, and as fucking crazy as that game gets, it is still grounded in the world that Kojima was able to create, and he's just such a different level of developer, and it doesn't make him better or worse than anybody. It's just very, very different. You know, like very similar to the way that Kubrick directed films, or the way that Hitchcock or Frank Capra back in the day would direct films that were just essentially different from what other people were doing.
That's a good point. I mean, I put Kojima up there, even though I haven't played Death Stranding. It just barely came out on PC.
Right.
And I'm thinking about getting it, because most of my gaming is on PC and emulators.
Mm-hmm.
But my like joke with the podcast is, because I mentioned before, I grew up in like a hardcore religion, and they have like this idea of a prophet that talks to God. So I always say like, in the name of Miyamoto the Father, Kojima the Son, and Carmack the Holy Ghost. Those are like my three, and he's up there. He's part of the God. To me, he's part of the gaming godhead, and I agree with you. It's like I like what you brought up, Chris, about like, even though Metal Gear Solid at the time to me came out, because I didn't play the first two. I didn't have an NSX, and I never played the original on NES. Metal Gear Solid like came out of left field to me. It's just, where did this come from? There's literally never been any game like this. But now in retrospect, you bring it up, it really is those first two games, just with the cinematic flair. I shouldn't say just, but the fundamentals
it's an amazing
are very
evolution
similar.
of them.
Yeah.
But there was also nothing like those two games either. Like, we didn't get Metal Gear 2 here in America until way later, it released in like these compilations that say like, well, here you can finally play this because nobody in America had an MSX. But Metal Gear 1 on NES was this amazing revelation, because it was the only game that encouraged being a pacifist. You want to get into fights, you're going to die. You got to sneak in that game. And that wasn't something that games did much back then. So I can understand how, if you had never played the original Metal Gear, then it seems like it was this totally new experience. And it was, to a degree, but it was also for those of us that played the original Metal Gear and really played through it and didn't just rent it, realize we can't shoot people and then throw it away.
Yeah.
It really is an evolution of what came before it, which is, I thought it was it made me very happy to see that game catch on as big as it did, because I had always considered Metal Gear to be one of like the games on the NES. Yeah. And when that game was coming out and people were thinking it was a whole new franchise, it was like, well, I guess maybe it's not the thing on the NES. Maybe it really wasn't as big a deal as I always thought it was.
Well, and like what's so crazy about that, the story that he was telling this entire time, like going back again to talking about games that were mature and adult. Like, I would argue that Metal Gear is one of the most mature and adult stories that was told on the NES. And that through line continued up. Like, I don't know if you guys saw the story, but like a week ago, they finally got to the cutscene in Metal
nuclear.
Gear. Yeah, in 5, where nuclear proliferation was done away with in the online world. And there was a special cutscene that played for all players, like, talking about the dangers of nuclear war. Like, Kojima has been telling this story, this pacifist story, and the dangers of like all of this stuff all of this in this crazy world, like Metal Gear ends up being this message about anti-war, and it's just this amazing experience that taken together as a whole franchise is just something that I don't know anybody else that can do it in the way that he did. And it's just like, I love the fact that here in 2020 we finally get to see this cutscene for this old, at this point, this old ass game that was, you know, recorded, and it was something that we might not have ever gotten to if people were not still playing it and getting to the point of reducing the amount of nuclear weapons in the world. Like, the story was up on Kotaku and Polygon and all that shit. But it's just this crazy thing that happened.
I think that, man, have you guys seen the YouTube video that talks about how Kojima, the theory that PT wasn't really a playable teaser for Silent Hill, but it was actually him predicting, giving the middle finger to Konami and talking about Death Stranding?
No, I haven't seen that.
I'm gonna try to link it to you guys and then send it to you. The reason why is I'm gonna do this, and then we can talk about the next generation between two, even when we'll wrap it up. But you know how, do you guys ever see the movie Donnie Darko?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. So Donnie Darko is a cult classic. A lot of movie snobs, in my experience, kind of roll their eyes like, "Oh my god, you like Donnie Darko?" That's like the popular cult indie movie that people cite. I liked the movie, but Richard Linklater, I think is how you say his last name.
Yeah.
He said in an interview, like, a lot of the sort of deep symbolism and things was just not planned. It was kind of like a lot of stuff came together for that movie. He had a loose idea, and he's not quite as genius as people make him out to be, as can be shown his later Southland Tales was his next movie, which was like, and, whatever. He's not like prolific. That was like the one movie that things came together. Now Kojima's been prolific, and so the reason I preface that is this guy goes in, but a lot of people look at Donnie Darko and be like, "Oh my god, the director is such a genius. How could he put all these moving parts together? How could all this happen?" Like he thought about this to the absolute deepest levels and master architected this whole movie, but he didn't. People are finding the meaning themselves, and they're kind of building it themselves. And I wonder if this YouTube video that goes deep into, he makes such a convincing argument that I'm like, God damn, Kojima's like he must be an alien. It's almost like The Simpsons. How do they keep predicting all this stuff? I want to send it to you guys, and I'm trying to, like, am I doing what people do with Donnie Darko, and I'm creating a genius out of nothing where there really isn't a genius thing happening? Or is PT truly like 5D chess against Konami? And I would love to send it to you guys and get your opinion on it, because I don't know if I'm getting like won over by a bad conspiracy theory, or is there actually some meat and teeth to this?
See, man, I would argue that there is nothing that happens that dude hasn't thought through. Just based on the interviews that I've read of his, and what I know of him and the way he approaches the design and the story of these things, it really appears that he has thought through every aspect of this stuff. I mean, and like you said, I could be completely wrong about that and be getting rooked into the, like, he is an auteur of vision. My goodness, we should all worship at the altar of Hideo Kojima. But I think it. I mean, I find it hard looking specifically at the Metal Gear franchise to have all of that happen by accident. Seems way too coincidental to me.
Yes,
personally,
I agree. And they get into Metal Gear. They get into Metal Gear 5. Things like how, like, the Foxhound symbol in one of the Metal Gear 5 like DLC missions, you have to actually take Foxhound symbols down. But it's like,
right.
First they go into, like, and he lays out this. I'm going to butcher it, so I'm not even going to try. But I'm going to send you the link. But by the time the video ended, I was like, he's more than odds here. Like, he's like not human. Like, he's just too smart. How this could have all played out. But is there anything left? Because we were on you. Anything left on PS1 and 64 that you want to bring up? Let's do some, like, PS2, GameCube for each of you, and then you guys can give your shout outs again, and we'll wrap it up.
Right on. No, I really, I mean, I think for me, the biggest thing, like, other than the stuff that we covered, right, like Symphony of the Night and that sort of shit, for me, the other big thing was getting into a lot of, weirder games that came out on the PlayStation 1 and really being able to explore, like, the weirder side of gaming, things like Intelligent Cube and whatnot, which...
Dude!
Like,
dude! You... God damn, I've tried to bring this game up to like 30 people and no one even knows what it is. I'm like, do you guys remember this game that measures...
Intelligent Cube? That game's
amazing. And it's fucking amazing. Weird. Like, it's so different from everything that people were expecting or had played. Like, there was this, what seemed to be an unlimited fountain of creativity that happened on from the later PlayStation 1 into the PlayStation 2, because like then you're getting into stuff like Mr. Mosquito and that sort of shit and Katamari Damacy and those sorts of things. But like just this unlimited creative space where people were putting out these things that were interesting ideas and really challenging what the idea of a game was and like what can we do with this space that we've created. Just fucking blew me as a shitty teenager who thought he was smarter than everybody else. Shit like that just blew me away.
Man, I'm so glad you brought that game up because I didn't remember the name until recently. I figured it out, but I would bring it up in different podcasts. Like there's this PS1 game that measured your IQ and blocks would fall towards you and there was like patterns and everyone was like, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm like,
that's the game. IQ Intelligent Cube.
Yeah. It was, I had originally on a demo disc. I forget which, I had a handful of demo discs. There was like the Pizza Hut demo disc, the original PlayStation 1 demo. It was on one of the demo discs, and I played it a bunch, and then I ended up renting it a handful of times. And that's a great, weird game. And one of the reasons why I like the PS1, as Chris mentioned earlier, it's when, I mean, there was experimental games on previous systems, and I could be wrong on this, but the sheer number of games on the PS1, even just North American release, and when you bring in imports, were there even close to that many games on the SNES and Genesis and previous consoles? I don't think there was.
No, probably the closest would have been NES, but even that was nothing compared to the PlayStation library.
The NES is what, like 800 and something games, like the official release?
I think
700, like high 700s, low 800s. And the PlayStation is thousands.
7,918. Oh my God.
I mean, that's just...
Wow.
That's insane. That's insane.
North American releases or official North American releases are close to something like 1,300, and even that's out of this world.
This is everything combined.
An absurd amount of games.
Yeah, this looks like 1,300 games. Is there anything else that was kind of weird you want to bring up before we go back to Chris?
Fuck, I'm trying to think. Like, Chris, you mentioned Parappa the Rapper, right? Like, that's such a weird ass game. I fucking love that. Like,
you love Medieval.
I love Medieval. Like that was the other thing too. Like, Sony came out with so many really cool franchises at that time. Like, Medieval was super cool. I wish somebody would make a fucking new Siphon Filter. God damn it, give me a new Siphon Filter game. I need it. Like,
that franchise died on Sony portables
which
for some
sucks
reason.
Because the Sony Bend, like Days Gone is a fucking dope game, and I like a lot of the ideas that they had and a lot of the shit in there. But give me a new fucking Siphon Filter, man. Like, god damn it. There's just...
We need a new Legend of Dragoon. How has there never been a sequel to that
Legend of Dragoon, new Vagrant Story. There's so many RPGs on there. Like, falling in love with Suikoden. Because like you were saying, Chris, like Chrono Cross had all of those characters and it didn't work. And then you look at something like Suikoden 2 that has more characters and works. And it fucking works. Like, they nailed it, man. Like, I just sold my copy of that game for like $175 because I'm not going to turn that down, but like I adore that game. There's, oh man, like
I almost just hung up on you. That is the greatest JRPG of all time. And you blasphemous apostate fool. Why would you sell that?
I had to buy baseball cards. I was trying to fucking get a Gleyber Torres auto. That's what I had to do.
That's the holy grail for me. That's, in my opinion, the greatest JRPG. If you've played Suikoden 1 and you've carried over your save data and you got all 108 stars,
so fucking cool.
And you played Suikoden 2 and you got the original character from the first game, like,
so badass.
That's that experience.
It's great.
Yeah,
it's great.
It's great. It's great. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's great. Great choice. All of those. Chris, let's jump back to you. So PS2, I like your argument that PS2 could be considered the greatest console of all time based on my logic that I was trying to argue for the PS1, but things were really refined on the PS2 and the GameCube era. And if you wanted to argue for the PS2 as the greatest console of time, I believe it's still the highest selling console, correct?
I believe you are correct.
I think it is the highest selling console. PS2 sales highest console. I'm pretty sure it's like by a long shot still. 155 million. Damn. Console sales breakdown. List the best selling game consoles. Yeah, PS2 by just a little bit. This is the Nintendo DS family, which is like there's been a handful of versions of the DS, I guess. That's 154.
Yeah, it's including PlayStation, and PS1 gets lumped in that as well, and all the various revisions. And you got your DS, DS Lite, DSi, but it doesn't include 3DS into that either. But yeah, no, PS2, PS2 Slim. That's still at the top, I think.
Well, it's because they kept making fucking FIFA games. You keep chunking out FIFA games and. Like, I'm not even making a joke about this. Like, they continued to make FIFA to sell in South America, and that continued to sell PlayStation 2 units.
Yeah, and it was the DVD player. You know,
that
it was everywhere you go. Like, well, I need to buy a DVD player. This one also plays PlayStation games. Okay, sure. Like that system had that ace in the hole. Like, it would have done well anyway, but that DVD player aspect rocketed that thing way over the top.
Yeah, I mentioned that I was a guest on Still Loading podcast. If you guys haven't heard of him, it's pretty cool. And we were talking about Shinobi on the PS2. And we talked about my earliest PS2 memories.
Greatest video game scarf ever.
Yes! I'm glad dude, we went deep down the rabbit hole because that was one of the things as a kid or like a teenager when I saw that, I couldn't believe the physics of the scarf. I had never seen cloth animation. And we started Googling, and I'm like, that might, as far as we could tell, we were Googling around like actual physical-based cloth simulation, and we found some video game developer forums on like NeoGAF, and I think Shinobi 2 is like the first one. We couldn't find anything with cloth simulation like that prior to Shinobi 2. I only looked for like 20 minutes, but yes, like, the scarf, the cape, whatever you want to call it. It's I found some
whatever that thing is. It was amazing.
It was amazing. But we were talking about the PS2. My first memory of the PS2 is watching The Matrix on DVD on the PS2 and just being like, "This is it. This is the Holy Land. This thing does everything. I can watch The Matrix. I can put in my old PS1 games, and I can play PS2 games. We're done. We're done. This is it. This is it."
Yeah, dude, you're not wrong. Like, that was my DVD player, and like just being able to get that. Like, my girlfriend at the time called me I was in college and she was still working up at the store that I pre-ordered it in. Like an idiot, I was like not even thinking that I would be away at college when it came out, and she called me and she was like, "Yo, there are fucking dudes in the parking lot, like, legitimately thinking about whether or not they're going to beat the shit out of me and fucking take the system. So I'm going to talk to you this entire time so that they know, so that we have a record of if I get jumped in this parking lot." Because it was the hottest fucking thing. But, like, dude, jumping into that system and, like, SSX and fucking, like, Ready to Rumble boxing and whatnot was just, oh my God, loved them.
It was... So it was really that generation started with the Dreamcast, right? That was when I first stopped being disillusioned with where gaming was and things looked like they were supposed to be, right? So I'm looking at, well, there's a new Zelda game coming out, Majora's Mask, but I just played the demo for Sonic Adventure, and I will never argue with it that Sonic Adventure is a better game than Majora's Mask. But holy crap, when we were playing that, we're playing the original Ready to Rumble boxing, we're playing Soul Calibur on Dreamcast. That was out of this world, man. That was the future. You're holding the future right there. So I loved the Dreamcast. I liked the PlayStation 2. I was always bitter towards it because of the way it just completely destroyed the Dreamcast on its hype alone. Like, there weren't even great games at launch. It's just like, who cares? It's just PlayStation on it. It's better than Dreamcast, so I'm buying that. And so, all right. But eventually the PS2, Katamari Damacy, Metal Gear Solid 2, it's been so long since I've even... I'm actually drawing a blank on what PlayStation 2 games. I have fucking 94 Playstation 2 games, and I'm
Dude,
like...
God of War.
Looking at my list here, like... Oh yeah, the original God of War
is just, I mean, like I said,
the original Devil May Cry.
Jeez.
Good stuff, man. PlayStation 2 is like ridiculous, and I liked the Xbox, okay, but being the Nintendo whore that I am, it was the GameCube that truly knocked my socks off, because Luigi's, like, we had seen what games are supposed to look like, right? Nintendo was so slow getting there, but then you play Luigi's Mansion and Luigi's reacting to things, and he has like a voice and his hand shakes when he turns the doorknob, and I'm like, oh my god, this is what Nintendo games look like with this kind of fidelity. And that was totally nuts to me. And I think about the GameCube, and I think about stuff like Beautiful Joe. I think about the original Animal Crossing that completely ruled my life. But my favorite video game of all time is The Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker. That game, Wind Waker, it hits me in the heart. I love the sailing. I love just putting up the sail and just looking at this beautiful cel-shaded world. And it represents this crazy turnaround for me, because coming off of that whole time period with the N64 and starting to get somewhat disillusioned with Nintendo and really enjoying my PlayStation way more than enjoying my N64. The GameCube's out, and it's good. Rogue Squadron is super.
I was going to bring
cool,
that up.
right?
Rogue
Love
Squadron.
me some Rogue
I was
Squadron.
jealous of Rogue Squadron. My friend had a GameCube, and I was like, God damn it, that one, that game, like, that's
Rogue
legit.
Squadron is sick, man. That game is still so good looking. But then there's finally a new Metroid game coming out, but it's a first-person shooter developed by an unproven American company. There's finally a new 3D Mario game coming out, but he's a fucking janitor. And there's finally a new Zelda game coming out, and it looks like a shitty Saturday morning cartoon with all this slapstick comedy. Because that original trailer for Wind Waker is garbage. I hate that trailer. It still looks like shit to me. All three of those things had completely disillusioned me. And if you go, I don't remember what issue it is. I can look it up. I have it upstairs. I was the letter of the month in the issue of Electronic Gaming Monthly that had Wind Waker, Mario Sunshine, and Metroid Prime on the cover. For being so completely disillusioned of just like, I can't believe they're doing all of this wrong. How are they doing all of this wrong? And then Super Mario Sunshine blew me away when I first played it. It hasn't aged extraordinarily well. There are some big problems with that game, including the weird story with baby Bowser Jr. thinking that Peach is his mother. That's really just disturbing stuff. But Metroid Prime, and especially Wind Waker, are two of the best games I've ever played. Metroid Prime was so crazy to me that I start playing this first-person Metroid game, and the level of immersion from the HUD is first, like, just hits me real hard straight off the bat. But a few hours into the game, right? So I'm playing it, and I'm having a good time, and I'm not really thinking too much about what makes this Metroid. A few hours into the game, I figure out where I need to go, and I'm looking at my map, and I realize I've been doing this a lot lately. I've just been stopping and looking at the map and figuring out what my course is going to be. Holy shit, I'm playing Metroid. I didn't realize it up until this point, but I've been playing Metroid this whole time. I'm playing this like I played Super Metroid, except I'm doing it in 3D, and it works, and the atmosphere is amazing, and the graphics are amazing, and the controls, for as weird as they were, they fucking worked, and I'm playing Metroid in 3D, and that's nuts. But it was Wind Waker was even more of a hit to me, because the whole time I'm looking at it, it's like, this looks like fucking Looney Tunes. And then our Nintendo rep brought the demo disc into my Toys R Us. I was working at Toys R Us at the time. Popped that sucker in the interactive, and I start playing it. And seconds into it, I'm like, I'm not playing Looney Tunes. I'm playing Samurai Jack. This is incredible. Yeah. This is incredible. I'd never seen cell shading look anywhere near that good before since Jet Set Radio on the Dreamcast. And even then, this was really taking that shit to the next level. Link was not wearing his green clothes in the beginning. Link was a person, just in a regular outfit. He had a sister, and he was concerned for his sister when the sister got taken away by the bird. And oh my god, it's the best depiction of Ganon in any game ever. It's the best depiction of that character. He's got an actual motivation. And God, the way that world works, the way that every single island has a purpose and there's something on it. I will sit and just chart the whole game. Every time I play through it, I will chart the entire game. I will go through, I'll buy as many baits as I can from Beetle. I'll feed every fish and I'll chart every spot. And then I'll explore every single little tiny island, and the way the music stops, the way it picks up, it's so intelligently put together. The way the game freezes for a split second when you connect with your sword, giving every single one of those sword hits this extra feeling of importance and gravity, because every single time you connect, it's not just swing hit, it's this brief half a second freeze that really accentuates you just made contact. And it's these little tiny details that game is so chock full of. And I know that people complain about the sailing, that the sailing is boring, which I can understand that. I didn't say it's the best Zelda game. It's my favorite because that stuff means more to me. I love kicking back that sail and just spinning the camera around, watching the seagulls, watching the clouds take different formations, watching when it starts raining. Like, the weather system exists in that game, and it's so interesting to watch, and the whole thing is beautiful. I didn't see the whole Tetra thing coming. That Tetra is Zelda, that was just like, that hit me as hard as Sheik being Zelda. Damn. I'm sorry for the people who've never played Wind Waker, but I didn't see that shit coming. And when you get to that part, that's the real game changer. You get to the part in the middle of the game where you go down and you go to the Hyrule from Ocarina of Time, and you walk into the room and there's all this stained glass that are all the sages from Ocarina of Time. And then the king of Hyrule grabs Tetra's necklace and the piece of the Triforce, and it spins around and it plays the intro music to The Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past when the Triforce is coming together. And I'm like, ah! And it makes the Triforce, and you turn around and Tetra is Princess Zelda. And I'm like, she didn't know that shit. I didn't know that shit. That was amazing. And then when you get to the last boss fight, even more so than in Ocarina of Time, when Zelda's like, she helps you, but she's still like, in the background, you know? No, Tetra's in there with a bow and arrow. You have to fight Ganon together. Ganondorf, who has absolutely no problems beating the shit out of a 10-year-old child. Because that's what you get to that fight, and he just starts punching the shit out of you, and you're like up to his shin. You're a fucking child, and he's just beating you mercilessly. And then you got to fight him, and then you stab him in the face, and then that game's incredible. That part to
me was like, I ended up not playing it till the remaster on the Wii U, but which is awesome.
Great way to play that.
Yes,
game.
Great way to play it. I had missed it because I'd never had a GameCube. But that was almost like the game was so charming, but then the ending, you just shove your sword in his face and his head. I was like, damn! Woo!
I remember doing it. I did this take. I almost dropped the controls. Like, what? What?
Yeah.
But I was so disillusioned with that game to begin with. I hated the concept of that game. I hated the concept of Metroid Prime, and I hated the concept of Mario Sunshine. And I wound up adoring those three games so goddamn much. And that was the point where I decided to always trust Nintendo. They're not always going to get it right, but I will never be able to predict when they are, and I'll never be able to predict, like, I could never have predicted that I would like Breath of the Wild as much as I did, because I don't like open world games. And I played that game for hundreds of hours. I couldn't believe how much I liked that game. And yeah, like I never thought that they'd...
If you want to hear two guys be super wrong about Nintendo, you should go back and listen to our episode we did after the first Nintendo Switch trailer, that like 3-minute trailer that came out. Chris and I went off for like 3.5 hours and like put out a 2-part episode of like, what the fuck is wrong with Nintendo? What a piece of shit about what the Switch was going to be.
To be fair,
and
my
goodness, were we wrong.
My point of contention, and it very much could have went this way, because depending on which game was the bigger success, it could have gone the opposite direction. I was pissed about 1-2 Switch because I thought that was the exact wrong thing to do with that system at the time, because they were trying to distance themselves from that shit. We had become a toxic brand, and that kind of gaming had become a bad situation to be in. And there they were, tripling down on it after the Wii U, being like, nah, 1-2 Switch, here we go. But then Breath of the Wild took over the world, and Nintendo didn't keep following up on 1-2 Switch. Instead, they went fucking crazy and wind up making stuff like Labo and Ring Fit Adventure, which is why Switch is quickly approaching replacing the Super NES as my favorite game system ever. Because... and I never thought I'd say it, but number one, you can play most of the best Super Nintendo games on the Switch.
That's fair.
So that helps. But also, the time I've spent with this system has been unbelievably rewarding to me. I haven't enjoyed video games this much since the Super Nintendo. And when I think to the amount of fun I had with Breath of the Wild, the amount of fun I had with Mario Odyssey, the amount of hours I've already put into Animal Crossing New Horizons, when I think about all that kind of stuff and discovering games like Celeste, like The Messenger, Horizon Chase Turbo, that fill me with all this incredible nostalgic joy of like, this is what the games that you love have evolved into without being these big AAA releases, because I barely even play any of the big AAA releases anymore. I am all about these smaller indie game experiences and the first and third party stuff that really gets pushed out on the Switch. You know, like, I never would have been able to play through Doom 2016 had it not been released on the Switch, because I just don't have the time to dedicate to sitting in front of this specific TV where this specific console is, especially for a game that I can't play in front of my kids. But then they put Doom on the Switch, and I love Doom. I love the original Doom and Doom 2. And they put those fucking games on the Switch too, which also makes it amazing. But when they put Doom 2016 on Switch, I could play it everywhere. I took it with me to work. I'd take my lunch break out in my car and just start playing Doom. I'd play it in the bathroom, and that game is incredible. And I got to play through that because it was released on the Switch. So that's kind of where that big tangent. Sorry.
Well, it's a good tangent because my last question after Dan finishes his PS2 GameCube era was, what are you playing recently? And you just answered that question.
Yeah, so there it is. I'm playing Switch constantly.
Switch.
Animal Crossing, Mario Maker.
Before we get to Dan on the last one, for indie games on the Switch, I play probably more indie games and retro games than I do AAA. Before Ghost of Tsushima, that's pretty much, I didn't play anything AAA. Have you played Katana Zero on the Switch?
Oh, yeah, I did. That game is so fucking cool, and there needs to be a sequel. I need to know what happens.
Yes, that, to me, I played it on Switch, is my favorite indie game of all time. I could not believe
that game's amazing.
How good that game was.
Oh, fucking amazing, that game.
Yeah,
there's new Blaster Master games on the Switch. They made new good Blaster Masters. 0 and 02 are so good. Bloodstained Curse of the Moon.
Yes.
Like Bloodstained Curse of the Night. Damn solid game.
Yes.
A big tip of the hat, but Curse of the Moon, man, that thing is fucking cool.
That is good.
Did you play Bomb Chicken? Fucking Bomb Chicken. I love it. There's so many good games on the Switch. It's out of this world, and they're making new games for me. And even the new big stuff, the weird experimental stuff, like I fucking loved ARMS. ARMS was great, right? That kind of stuff that keeps coming at me, like these new kinds of games that couldn't have been done on older systems, that aren't like the big system sellers. They are the big system sellers to me. And the fact that I can play them anywhere, on any spot in my house, or if I go on vacation, or in the fucking bathroom, or wherever, I can play these games wherever I need to play them. That system has given me back the ability to play games as much as I want to. And by Mextermination Force, right? By Minute, there's so many of these great little games that are on the Switch, and they're also on other platforms. Buy them there too. But seriously, like, this system speaks to what I like about games more than anything has in decades. and I freaking love it.
There you have it. Go buy Switches or be bitches. Dan, PS2, GameCube, kind of Xbox. What sticks out to you during that time?
Yeah, so like I've had basically everything up until this current generation. Like I had a PS2, I had a GameCube. I mostly got my GameCube originally because of the Game Boy player, because I fucking adore the Game Boy Advance. Mostly because that was like where I could continue to play the Castlevania games that I wanted to play.
Oh my god, they're so good.
And like shit like Golden Sun and whatnot. I was like, fuck, I can play this on my TV. Fuck, I gotta get a GameCube. But then like shit on the GameCube, like Beautiful Joe and Skies of Arcadia, like those games came out and I was fucking obsessed with those. But for the most part, like I was and still am a Sony kid, right? And there was so much that came out on the PS2 that just, I mean, from top to bottom, that system has a variety and a depth of gameplay experiences, from the weird shit like we were talking about, you know, like Parappa the Rapper and Intelligent Cube on the PlayStation 1, and then you get so much weirder when you hit the PlayStation 2, shit like Katamari Damacy and Mr. Mosquito and Guitar Man and like all these just fucking weird ass games that are super cool. But then you have
not as weird as Odama.
You're right, not as weird as Odama. But like then you have the big, you know, the big budget franchises, the big AAA things that came out. Sony continuing to build those sort of legacy brands on the PS2 of introducing Ratchet and Clank. You know, that game got me back into like mascot platformers, you know, and Jack and Daxter, and then eventually God of War comes out. And then, like I said earlier, God of War is one of those watershed moments where video games are different after this game happens, you know, and just the way God of War came out, just really, really blew me away. But then there were those more like ethereal experiences like Ico and Shadow of the Colossus, which Shadow of the Colossus is one of my favorite games of all time, and I'm so happy to have finally been able to play a game that actually works, because it just does not work on the PS2. Like the what they were trying to do was simply not achievable at the time. But the idea behind Shadow of the Colossus is just this hauntingly beautiful game, and the storytelling that is done with barely any communication. It's just the visuals, and it's so incredibly well designed. Like all of that shit just blew me away, you know, and then going over to play things on the Xbox. Like I had an Xbox because I worked at a video game store. So it was like, all right, well, I have to have all the systems so I can play all the games. And I ended up playing stuff on the Xbox that I only bought it because it was the cheapest version, you know, there, like Psychonauts, which is another one of my very favorite games of all time. I played the Xbox version because it was I worked at a Game Crazy and we had it for like $5. So, all right, I'll give this a shot, and ended up being, you know, just completely blown away by that experience as well. And just all of the immersion that we were able to feel in that era of gaming, which has really continued on until today. And that's what I think one of the most interesting things is that we don't have that generational leap like we did from 8-bit to 16-bit or 16-bit to 32, 64-bit, right? The jump from the PlayStation 2 to the PlayStation 3 is a decent jump, right? Like graphical fidelity and all of that. There is a big jump there, but I would argue that the jump is not as big as what we experienced when we were kids. So now, as you know, adults playing these things, it's where can I go and get all of these different experiences, you know? And as much as I love Katamari Damacy is as much as I love Devil May Cry, you know. So PlayStation was really the like, fuck, I'm locked into this system here. I'm going to dabble in the GameCube. I'm going to dabble in the Xbox, but this is really where I'm going to, you know, focus most of my time. And then once the PlayStation 3 hit, it was like, all right, Jesus Christ, like that, I can go back and play all these indie games now and just download shit and you know, you guys like Katana Zero is your favorite indie game. My favorite indie game of all time is Guacamelee. I fucking love that game. Like that game, as much as Ghost of Tsushima is a game that, like, if they made a game for, like, if they opened up my head and poured out a game, it would be Ghost of Tsushima or it would be Guacamelee. Like, those two things are just me in video games. So, like, going through and be able to play that, but also getting to play things like Uncharted and just these adventure storytelling masterpieces that have come out have just, I mean, they put me on my ass. You know what I mean? Like, you play through that the opening sequence of Uncharted 2 or the opening sequence of God of War 3, like that shit just puts me on the fucking floor, and I have to stop and wait for a minute before I go back and play it, because there are these experiences that are just absolutely just incredible. And, you know, the game that has made me feel the most that way since has been Death Stranding was one, and Ghost of Tsushima as well. Those games really, like, as far as what I'm playing now, I do have a Switch and I play a decent amount on there. Like, Wargroove is absolutely, dude, like, if you haven't played Wargroove, but you were a fan of Advance Wars back in the day, like, Wargroove is Advance Wars with fucking knights. It's awesome. Dude, like, I love it, you know, but the bulk of my time is spent on shit like Ghost of Tsushima now, or the indie games that are coming up, like, on PlayStation 4, like Chris was saying, like the Bloodstained Curse of the Moon that came out, or Jamestown Plus was the shooter that came out on PlayStation 4, like a shmup that was really, really cool. Hollow Knight, dude, Hollow Knight is, oh my god, that fucking game is, it blows me away. It absolutely blows me away. Even with the shitty map system, that game is astonishing. And, like, we've just had such an interesting journey, I think, from where we started playing games as little kids to where we are now, and these experiences that we can have. Like, we're going pretty long, so I don't want to go too much deeper into it, but, like, damn, like, everything Chris said about the way that he feels about Metroid and The Legend of Zelda, like, that's how I feel playing through God of War the first time. Was just like this unbelievable experience. I can't believe this kind of shit is happening.
Awesome. Okay, I'm gonna ask you guys a couple, like, rapid fire questions, and then I want to talk. Well, actually, let's do this first. Have you guys played The Last of Us 2?
I have not.
I have not either. It's not my jam.
Bummer town. Well,
nothing but respect, but I don't need that in my life.
Well, I will say this. It is a masterpiece in the sense of no game has made me feel more emotions. My only issue is with most of those emotions were not positive emotions. It's just a heavy ass game.
That's how I feel about Pac-Man too.
Yeah. Let's do some rapid fire questions. I'm just going to ask you guys, like, you just got to name a game, and then you guys plug your shit again at the end of the podcast, and we'll wrap it up. We'll start with Chris. Favorite? Well, we kind of already talked about it. Favorite video game soundtrack.
Favorite video game soundtrack, probably Chrono Trigger. Okay. But if I had to pick, like, a runner-up, maybe Mega Man 3.
Mega Man 3, that's a good one. Dave? Or Dan, excuse me?
Mega Man 2.
Mega Man 2?
Yes.
Ooh.
I'm a Mega Man 2 whore.
Out of those two, I don't know which one's better. I'm more familiar with Mega Man 2 than I am 3.
It's a better game.
And it's okay. That's okay. You're wrong.
All right. It's okay. If you guys disagree with my opinions, it's because you're wrong too. I get it. Favorite story, Chris, in a video game?
Video game story?
Yeah, like narrative. Best narrative game, in your opinion?
Either Chrono Trigger or The Secret of Monkey Island.
Ooh, no one's brought up Monkey Island. That is a good one. That's a good one.
I mean, it's comedy, but it's so good.
It is good. I played the the whatever like remastered HD version that was
The
released
special edition
on Steam. Yeah.
I had that on my very first PC, and I loved the crap out of it. And then that remaster version was great because you do the Wonder Boy trick where you can switch back and forth.
Yes, you can switch back and forth. It's awesome. They had that with the new Command and Conquer remaster. You can switch back and forth with spacebar. I like that feature.
That's cool. I didn't know that.
Yep. What's your favorite video game story or narrative? I should say.
Shadow of the Colossus.
Ooh, yeah, you kind of brought that up. And did you say I remember you mentioning like I'm glad I could finally play it where it was functional. Are you talking about the remaster?
Yeah, the remaster that came out on PS4 is the best way to play that. Like the thing about that game that I find so incredible is that without any dialogue, it takes you through the story of putting you into this world, and you're out there and you're it plays on that video game trope of like you're the hero and you're supposed to save the princess, right? And so the voice in the world tells you to go out and kill these monsters, and you do, and you go out and you kill the first monster, and you're like, oh my god, what a fucking cool thing. I'm climbing up on his fur, and this is so cool, and I'm stabbing this thing in the fucking head. This is badass. But then as you're going through the game, it naturally leads you to question yourself as you're playing of, am I doing the right thing? Right? Like without any dialogue, you start to feel as if you might not be the hero, you might actually be the villain of the story. And then when the revelation comes at the end of the game and you're just like, fuck, this game took all of the traditional tropes of video gaming and turned them on their heads and made me question things with barely any dialogue, with just emotional storytelling in the characters' eyes. I have never seen anything like that, and it is fucking brilliant.
The world was also really well fleshed out. That's a game. There's many games that I've done this, but when I beat it, I immediately went to the internet and started reading more about, because I was so engrossed, and like realizing how it connected to Ico, and realizing all like how deep the lore, what the guy like in the ceiling, the god that talks to you, and like the people that are chasing you in the village that you're from, and how that's all there if you're paying. I just wasn't like aware enough to pick up all those finite, nuanced details.
Right.
But then I go to the internet and I'm like, oh yeah, that they do have that in the background in this scene, and there's this scene that shows this, and that everything is there. If you're paying attention, everything's there to really flesh it all out. You just got to pay attention.
Yeah, it is a game that rewards that sort of thoughtful, intentional playthrough, as opposed to just like, I'm going to go kill the big fucking thing. Like, that's so not the point of that game.
I got to change my answer because you just reminded me of conversations we've had about this previously, and I can't believe I didn't even think about this off the top of my head. It's a tie between Super Metroid and Portal are my two favorite video games.
I was really surprised you didn't mention Portal.
I just totally slipped my mind until you started talking Shadow of the Colossus, and then I remembered our previous conversations. Like, fuck, Portal and Super Metroid are my two perfect examples of video game narrative. And again, Super Metroid, because it tells the story without telling the story. Like, you play the story, and that whole shit at the end with the baby Metroid showing up, and like, how did I know that's what that was? It could have just been giant monster Metroid, but the game spoke to me, and it was amazing. And Portal, also, just Portal is perfect.
Yeah, Portal is that. Yeah, it's most people don't bring it up, but it's also this is huge cult classic, and I played it much later, because of all the hype. And then I think it took about an hour before it. I'm like, okay, I get it. This is some next level shit.
It is one of the very few games where no matter how hyped up that game gets, if you've never played it, it absolutely delivers.
That just does. It just does. Stunning. It's amazing.
It makes you feel smart. Like, I'm a goddamn genius. Yeah. All right. Favorite. Back to you, Chris. Favorite video game. I try to change these up off the top of my favorite video game weapon. What's the coolest weapon?
Coolest?
Or just favorite?
Grappling beam. Super Metroid grappling beam.
That's a good one. No one's brought that up before.
It's not like the best weapon. It can be used as a weapon, and like it's woefully outdated the second you get the gravity jump. But it's such a cool thing. I'm shooting a laser and I'm swinging from it. And it's amazing in Super Metroid, but then in the beginning of Metroid Prime, when you get to use it, yeah.
Nice. That's a good one.
Because, like, I would say the screw attack, but I don't know if that's a weapon or an ability. So I'm going with
that works.
Grapple Beam.
I could say, you know what? You could add ability to it as well.
If we're adding abilities, then yeah, screw attack. Screw attack's the coolest thing ever. Doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, you're just gonna. How is she not vomiting everywhere? Who cares? It's amazing.
Yeah, what are the G forces
goddamn
she's experiencing?
But it's so cool.
And then for you?
Mine is a tie, which I know is a cheat and is a lame thing to do, but it is a tie between the 2x4 in Splatterhouse. That's just fucking awesome. And the Blades of Chaos in God of War. Like, I don't know that I've ever felt any more of a visceral connection playing a game of just like, this is fucking amazing. Fuck, Jesus Christ. Like, oh my God, fucking love it.
Dude, when you get the Blades of Chaos in the new God of War on PS4, oh boy, that was like, because you realize, because I was a big fan of God of War. I played all of them, played the ones on PS3. I didn't play the final one on PS3. I forget what it's called, but I did play like the PSP Chains of Olympus.
Yeah.
But when you realize what's happening, because you need to go to the freezing cold hell world, and they're like, nothing will work, and you're like, wait a minute, is he gonna? And then you get on the boat and you see Athena, and she appears to you and she's talking shit and calling you a monster or whatever, and you're like, oh my God, he has him somewhere. He has him, and then you pull him out of the ground, and then what was the line that she says? She's like, you'll always be a monster, and he says, but I'll never be your monster again.
Oh, it was so fucking dope.
And he takes the blades and walks out the door.
Have you ever, in fucking Rocky 4, when Apollo's manager grabs Paulie's head as they're fighting and he shakes his head back and forth? This might be way too much of an East Coast reference. I don't know how popular Rocky is everywhere else. But he fucking grabs his head and starts shaking it back and forth because he's so excited. That is what I did to my wife as we were sitting on the couch playing God of War. Like, we got to that part, and I was just like, oh my God, I'm going to fucking get the Blades of Chaos. Like, could you get off me?
Yeah, that was, I think that would put the Blades of Chaos pretty high for me. Previously, they would have been high, but having them come back in that fashion and the way they pulled it off in God of War on the PS4 would definitely be up there.
And it worked with the new fucking camera angle. Like, that was the thing I was really worried about. Like, man, I don't know how this is going to feel like with this new over-the-shoulder camera, but God damn it, does it work.
Yeah, it felt perfect. Back to you, Chris. What's your favorite like singular video game character?
Pit. It's funny, my kid just asked me this same question earlier tonight. Pit from Kid Icarus. He's my favorite video game character.
Interesting, because you haven't really talked about Kid Icarus at all.
I mean, Kid Icarus for NES, really just that game was. I'm trying to think of the words for it. I was always mystified by it because I never had it. I always wanted it, but I saw pictures of it. I have this Nintendo game, the Power Game calendar that had a Kid Icarus month. I just always thought it looked like such a neat game, but I never had it. Never had it at the rental store, so my friends ever had it, so I didn't get to play it till I was older. And I was totally enthralled with it. I loved the sequel for Game Boy, and then it went away forever. And then Kid Icarus Uprising came out on 3DS. We didn't really talk about handhelds much, which is really why it didn't come up a lot. But Kid Icarus Uprising was incredible. And I just love that character because he's goofy, he's got a great sense of humor, but the whole premise behind the character is that he's an angel whose wings don't work, but he's brave. You know, he's just like, well, I'm going to just jump then, and I will save the goddess Palutena, and I'll free all the rest of the Centaurians, and they can help me out in defeating Medusa, but his wings don't fucking work. They do nothing in the original game, and they barely make him float in the second one. And in the third one, he can only use them to fly when Palutena is giving him the ability for 5 minutes at a time. I just think he's a great character, and he's so well fleshed out. In Kid Icarus Uprising, if you've never played that game, the production values in that game are insane, and it's made by Sakurai from the Smash Brothers guy. So that it's got
Laboratory?
way more content than it needs, but it's It's probably my favorite 3DS game, and the 3DS has such an insanely good library, just out of this world good library on 3DS. But it's such an original game that calls back to the original Kid Icarus so many times, but it plays like almost nothing. The 3D action stages play like nothing else. The 3D flight stages play like Panzer Dragoon or Sin and Punishment, which is, I fucking love those games, like Star Fox. And the whole time, there's all this conversation going, and it's never distracting. It just works. It's such a goddamn good game, and everyone should play it. And yeah, Pit's definitely my favorite character.
That's I don't really know much about him. I don't know anything about him other than I play him in Smash sometimes. I did not know he was a fallen, like an angel that his wings didn't work. It's a cool concept.
Yeah, he's the general of Palutena's army, but his wings don't do anything until she does it. But if you want to get some more characterization from Pit, there's a whole thing in Smash Brothers similar to the codec conversations in Smash Ultimate, where you can go on a stage. I don't remember exactly what you have to do, but you can get into these conversations for every single character in the game, where Pit talks to Palutena and various other characters from Kid Icarus Uprising about every character in the game.
Sweet. Danny?
Mega Man.
Individual. Mega Man, that's a good one.
Yeah,
I actually
it's
thought
an
you might
obvious
say
answer,
that.
but
Yeah.
I fucking love Mega Man. It's just
Do you like old school Mega Man more or Mega Man X more?
old school Mega Man. I like Mega Man X, but I really, really hate Mega Man X2. So that kind of sours me on the whole Mega Man X thing. But the original Mega Man is just such a man. I just thought it was such a cool character, and part of it too, I think, is because the original Worlds of Power books that came out. Which, quick sidebar, if anybody remembers the Nintendo Worlds of Power books on the Geekade.com website, we thought it would be a really good idea to do audiobook versions of those books. So, like, there were these really shitty novelizations of NES games that came out, like in the late 80s and early 90s, and like I read the Metal Gear book. Chris read fucking Mega Man 2.
Blaster Master, Mega Man 2. Yeah. I know. I feel like I did another one, too.
We did basically all of the fucking Worlds of Power books, and you should go listen to them because they're terrible. But like there was a lot of characterization in that, and I was like, I really know this character, and I really connect with this character. And I just fucking love Mega Man to this day.
Awesome. Chris, a couple more and then we'll wrap up. What is the single most emotional moment you've had gaming? Whether it's a game, a certain, like a social playing with somebody, friends, like the most, or it can be even negative emotions too, but the most emotional moment you've had gaming.
That is difficult to answer. I have the moment Mother Brain kills the baby Metroid. That wrecked me. That I was fucking angry. I couldn't believe that whole segment, that entire ending sequence to Super Metroid. I don't know if I would put it above or below, but the opening sequence in Wind Waker when they're delving into the history, and it's got that really cool like harpsichord music, really like kind of like a chamber orchestra almost sounding stuff going on, and then when they mention Link for the first time, and this gorgeous violin or his violin or a fiddle, but it starts playing the Legend of Zelda theme through the intro, and even now I'm getting chills just thinking about it. Every single time I watch it, I just get all teary-eyed, just misty-eyed from that one moment when that kicks in. Just I can't take it. Or sort of an exterior moment. Obviously, my mom wearing the Mario 64 shirt's pretty high up there, but playing through. No, not even playing through. Within the first hour of my son being born, when they give him back to me, where we used to be back in the room, my wife had him for a little bit. Then it was my turn to hold him and hang on to him. I sat in this chair. I put him on my chest. I pulled out my 3DS and I played the original Legend of Zelda from the beginning, so that he could hear that music and hear those sound effects. And that was pretty much it for me. We sent him. He came home in a Link outfit that I had. Somebody pointed it out. We bought it off Etsy or something, and it's just like a little Link outfit for a newborn, and we dressed him up as that for his first big adventure, which is coming home with us. But playing that music for him, that title screen music being the first music he heard in his life, was so important to me, and that clearly had an effect because he hasn't stopped listening to that shit since.
Dan, that's a good one. Anything with kids gets me a little. That's a good one, man. It's a really good one.
Yeah, that is really good. Like for me, it's either the Kefka fight in Final Fantasy III, like that. It's just one of the most effective sequences of it's just absolutely brilliant.
You keep going like screen after screen, like, oh my God. Like you move up and you move up and you move up, and then you finally get to his like final angel form, and there's like the sun behind him. It's epic as shit.
It's just epic and stunning, and like it's like, oh my God, this is just incredible. Or the other experience would be playing through Hollow Knight with my kids. For some reason, that game really affected them, and whenever I was playing through it, like they got very quiet and very introspective, and like really questioned, it somehow, the playing through the worlds of that game led to these conversations about how people and systems interact within the world, and, differences of like what happens when we abuse one system versus another, or abuse people versus another, or take advantage of things, or why are things structured the way that they are, and talk like conversations about justice and all of this really interesting shit that is not necessarily like, that's not really the message of Hollow Knight, but that is what my kids got from it. So having these really mature conversations with them that came from this game that affected them in a way that I was not expecting was a really interesting experience.
Damn, that's also a really good one. I can see that my kids are a little bit younger. They're 4 and 5 now.
Mm-hmm.
My 5-year-old, that's like the only game I can get her to pay attention to is Hollow Knight.
Yeah. It hits with kids, man. It's a weird thing.
I gotta try it again with John then, because my kids are 3 and 6, so
pretty close. Yeah. They're the problem is they still like the motor function of and holding the. I have like the regular Switch Joy-Con where you put it in like the whatever, like their hands can't reach it. And I've tried. I hooked up like an old Super Nintendo with the HDMI converter. I have like a hand, like one of the only things I still have left over from my collection. And the reason I was sweating you about Suikoden is I had the world's greatest PlayStation. I had like probably like 600 or 700 PlayStation games, JRPG, everything, and I sold them all when I needed some money. And it's like I still feel sick when I think about it. So, and I had 2 copies. I had Suikoden 2, like original black box, and a greatest hits.
Yeah, I just sold the black box one.
Ooh.
I know.
It hurts inside. But you should try Hollow Knight. Yeah, it's my kid, just for whatever reason, she'll just play the same spot over and over again. And that game does have a very, the tone is very, it's reflective and introspective.
Yeah, it is a really introspective and reflective game. It's fucking, I love it to pieces.
It's one of the best Metroidvanias. We were talking about Symphony of the Night and old school games. People bitch about Metroidvanias and how many indie games are Metroidvania. I say bring them. I'll play another 1,000 Metroidvanias. Yep. I don't care how many they make.
Pile on more of those. Please do.
Yes, please do. Bring them on. Sweet. Well, let's have you guys each. Chris, you can go first. Danny second. Again, tell people what podcast you're involved in, where you write for, where they can find you on social media, Instagram, all that stuff. Plug each one of you, and then we'll wrap it up.
All right, I am Chris Randazzo. I am the co-host of this Stone Age Gamer podcast from StoneAgeGamer.com and Geekade.com. I also write a regular blog called The Gratuitous Rainbow Spectrum, which I still don't know why it's called that, but it sounds neat. That is also on StoneAgeGamer.com. New posts go up every Wednesday if you just want to hear me ramble about video game stuff all the time. I am the host of the Waveback Music Podcast, where I nerd out about video game music, which I have a deep and unreasonable love for, which is a lot of fun. I can be heard on the This Week's Episode podcast from Geekade.com, where we talk about TV shows, which is a lot of fun. And you can read my physical writing in the physical magazine, which you should totally buy, like, and subscribe to. It's called Nintendo Force, or NF Magazine. You get free posters in every issue, and the next issue is going to be Super Mario anniversary themed. And the full-size poster that's going to be in there, on the back of it is going to be the original Famicom artwork for Super Mario Brothers that's been up-resed, and it looks unfathomably gorgeous. So do it. Sign up for this magazine. It's so good. It's a really good time, and I'm incredibly proud of it. I can be found on Twitter at GeekadeChris. That's Geekade Kris. And I think that's about it for me.
Oh, I forgot to mention, I bought that book while we were talking on Amazon. The other one, the video game Phoenix 4 or whatever.
Oh, nice.
Oh, yeah. Very excellent. Good call. So you will not be disappointed. It is dense. It is a dense read, but man, you will know all sorts of stuff about video game history. And Leonard Herman he has done his research. He's been around and he knows his stuff.
I'll give you a shout out when I find something I like. I'll be like, Chris is the one. He's the prophet for this one.
It's hilarious. That edition of the book, I think, has a quote from me in, like, when we're talking about, like, a pull quote talking about how good the book is. Because before I met Lenny, I reviewed his book for the Examiner, and I found out, like, when he was doing a new edition of his book, he had found me on Facebook and tagged me in a post about it, and I was like, wait, what? What?
You know me?
I was like, this is incredible. That's insane.
Yeah.
And then we've hung out a couple of times. He's a super cool guy, and we had him on the podcast once or twice. He's really fascinating to talk to. But that's awesome. I'm so glad you bought his book. It's a really good one.
Perfect. Danny, you're up.
All right. So I can be found at Geekade Dan on Twitter and Instagram. Where most of my posts are bullshit about baseball cards or wrestling or beer. So if those are things you're interested in, please throw a follow that way. Co-hosting the Stone Age Gamer podcast with Mr. Chris Randazzo. Every week, fucking by hook or by crook, we get a new episode out. And knock on wood, it has been the two of us consistently for quite a while now. So we make sure we get that out every week for everybody. I will also be co-hosting the Paper Cuts podcast once a month on Geekade.com, talking about comic books, like what me and my co-host Evan have been reading, and then talking about a featured book. So if anybody wants to listens to this and wants to subscribe and hear two guys talk about comic books, the featured book that we'll be talking about for the first episode is All-Star Superman. It's a really incredible Superman book, so we'll jump into that if you want to read along. And then eventually, if I ever finish school, which at this point doesn't seem like it's ever going to happen, but if I ever do, I'll go back to writing about kung fu and wrestling and beer and video games and all of those things. But you can follow on Twitter and Instagram for updates on that.
Is there anywhere where we can find what episodes you did do for alcohol and games that go together? Is that up anywhere?
That is, it is all on Geekade.com under Bits and Brews.
I sent you a link in the chat for it. Actually, it should be in our chat within this Google program, Google Meet. There's a link for it right there.
Yep, there's a bunch of pairings of craft beer and video games. How does The Legend of Zelda, what video game does that, or what beer does that pair with? What beer does, Cave Stories on there, Street Fighter 2. Like, I tried to go through and do a bunch of shit. There's a bunch of indie games on there. And it was a pretty interesting series that I would love to get back to one day when I actually have some time to really think about it. Because it's a good idea, but it's really hard to do.
It's a fucking great idea. Like that's you have Toe Jam and Earl, and I'm like, I'm gonna go buy these beers, and I'm gonna play Toe Jam and Earl, and I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna do a video, and I'll give you a shout out because I love the idea.
Awesome, man.